Right, so we'll return to it then. It's Satisfactory, but not Satisfactory as it knew before. We are now in 1.1. We've got some experimental new features here. I can't remember them all, but one thing in particular is that you can dismantle the crash sites. So maybe if we come across any, we'll whap out the gun and take it out. I did test it. The crash site up there I did actually dismantle. And I went on a search around. I wasn't particularly happy at spending even more streams just searching for slugs and Mercer spheres and that, so I picked up a few. Went on a wee dozy about. I went to all the places we unlocked. I didn't go into this nebulous blackness over here. Grabbed myself a few Mercers and a couple of hard drives, enough to get a little bit of gacha fun going. And I may have found a few power shards here and there. But I'll cut out some exploration stuff and allow me to get into the hardcore building era, which is a very real era that we're going to be in right now. I have a few MAM things to unlock. I certainly want to keep the gacha rolling, and I want to start building up a good and proper factory. In fact, why don't we make a to-do list today? What are we going to do? What do my private notes say? Oh, this is the old stuff. Of course we did extraction in the east, although with all the time passing, I bet I have enough motors to build up the rest of them. We'll do that if we need it. Make a better tube cannon. I did make a better tube cannon, thanks for asking. Here it is. I'm not sure to what degree this can be considered better, but it's certainly more powerful. Should we take it for a wee test drive? I was unsatisfied with the one I had before. Even with the run-up and the blasting in, it's all right. It's okay. But surely one can do better. Don't like how when you turn around you lose all your momentum in this thing, though. Make more blueprints? I have no problem making more blueprints, but what we need to do is actually know what we want to blueprint. I don't have good modular manifolding in mind. Anyway, this one I put together with many, many more of these. Doesn't even need a running start. You just go, whoa! But not quite looking for that just yet. If we could just curve our way around, that way you keep the momentum better. Yeah, there we go. I'm almost getting a grip for this game. Almost. Anything's possible. Yeah, I love the cannon, so thank you very much to whoever convinced me that cannon life is a good life. And get rid of you. So that's essentially our way to get over to where we're setting up our new factory for now. The cannon could be two adjacent blueprints if you want more speed. Yeah, I could make a little blueprint here that has a running up start to it. I don't actually know if adding the Mark V belts into this will give it a significant speed boost. I mean, why wouldn't it? Not that I think it matters all that much. That's more than enough speed to get us where we need to go, and as long as I bring power over there, everything should be a-okay. I would ideally like to bring power over by rails, but maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves. What else is on the to-do list? So we've made the better tube cannon, build the foundations for the east factory. Didn't I already do some of this stuff? I guess the foundations aren't really built enough. I want to bring the railway power over. I want to automate black power and smokeless. Now that is true. And we'll look at the MAM to realize why I want to do that. Because we have existing sulfur and coal and we could make black powder. Yes. Also build. Yeah, I will be sure to be doing the building. Maybe I will keep that on screen for once because I keep forgetting. So let's see what we have to work through and work towards, of course. There was the final tier thing here. Yeah, I couldn't do this because I didn't have the materials, but I'm pretty sure by now the casing might be an issue. Do I have enough casing? Well, I do have casing. Good. Must have been stuff I found on the travels. Shove that in there. And then we need the sheets, computers, and plastic. But of course I don't have enough plastic. Oh well, we will momentarily. Computer. Ooh, what do you mean I only have 140 computers? Some of this stuff was idling, so I should have a bit of a collection of it. He should. There we go. I made a box for the more technical stuff here. There we go. Easy come, easy go, but I do not have computers properly automated. This was just throw things in a box and let them happen automation. And then finally the aluminium, which again, we do not have aluminium. Oh, that's a real shame. Are you telling me I can really only make the sheets out of ingots and... Okay, so you need copper as well as bauxite. I think there was more in the boxes, Jake. I certainly hope so. I was certain we'd found more than that. Ah, yes. Expertly spotted there, I must say. Naturally, we have enough. Alright, there we go. That gets us above and beyond. And then we just need that plastic coming out and we're good to go. It's loading up as fast as it can. That I would like to change immediately. I wanted the alien technology advancements. I don't think stack size is really that important, but I am certain that the upload speed is important, because having to wait for it to recharge for things I need is not acceptable. So we're going to grab a bunch of that. Do I have SAM fluctuators? You better believe I do. And do I have Mercer spheres? You better believe I do. Get me that super-powered rate, please. Also, enough out of you. I guess I'll keep it on me.
Dimensional upload speed increased. Every particle now has encoded potential reconstruction memory for when any part using that particle is recalled, enabling instancing on the fundamental particle level.
You grow shifted the body chord flow cycle song of the 6th layer. Harmonious. Your cycle songs will only deepen the layers.
I'm always working on myself. The time will come.
Contemplating the expansion, but let's hold on to our Mercer spheres because I may want to have a lot of boxes for these things. And it was a bit of a drag going and finding all of them. I would need to go and explore new territory to get a significant number more of them. Otherwise, that is A-okay. And what else was there in the MAM? I don't particularly think I care about any of this stuff unless I want bullet. What about programmable splitters? Is that even relevant? I'm not convinced. We currently have splitters that are programmable enough, so I'm not considering that a big deal. We don't have the time parts for you. Material resonance screening. Hang on, I thought we finished this off. What are you? Merges up to 3 conveyor belts into one. The inputs. This must be a 1.1 thing, right? Well, it only needs crystal oscillators. I think we can handle that a bit. That and, of course, the... is it not sheet? Reinforced iron plate. There we go. I just want to make sure this thing is completed so we don't get distracted by it. I wonder if they still have Ada doing the voices here. They must do, right? It's just text-to-speech or an AI. Ada. Useful for prioritization between inputs to avoid eventual stoppage. If you have an issue, then... having to make me read... unthinkable expectations here. Yeah, so notably I have not set up anything about smokeless powder, but if I do, I'll finally get the rifle. And it would be nice to finally shoot things to death. I would also really like even more inventory slots. Rocket fuel sounds nice, but it requires fuel tanks, which I don't have. However, isn't fuel tanks quite close? I seem to recall seeing something here that unlocked fuel tanks. Tier 8, perhaps? Yeah, look at that. And all this requires is RCUs. The rest we kind of have. RCUs we do not. But these give me RCUs. Who knows, maybe a little bit of hand feeding later. We can easily get ourselves rocket fuel. Anything's possible, right? Let's give it a go. Did I mention we'd be building anything today? That might have been a lie. I'm not entirely sure yet. No, a bit more plastic is needed. Oh, but it's very nice seeing that upload speed. Holy moly. Yeah, that is well good. Maybe we should ride this thing way up into the sky.
More efficient and powerful than the human brain can now be made to compensate for many deficiencies otherwise encountered in future development efforts. The blender enables you to mix and or combine parts and fluids for more complex recipes.
Yeah, we ain't doing this nonsense again. Oh
Project
god, maybe we are.
6, the assembly director system, should be produced and delivered to the space elevator as soon as possible.
Oh, not this again. Stop ascending, please. The gravity is too weak on this planet. Okay, whilst we take our very long journey down, what did we actually get out of that? We did access the blender, but will it blend? See, there we go. All the more reason that we need to get aluminium up and operational. Now, I'm unsure how much aluminium we're going to need, but the fact that it requires copper is interesting to me. So one is going to need to find bauxite together with copper ore. Those two don't go together so well, but we could bring them together, especially over where I plan to build the proper factory. Ah, good point. Is it R fog? Hold on, don't have the time to be thinking about that whilst we're busy not dying. Ah. Yes, where we are. R dot fog 0. Ah, there we go. So much better without that fog. What have you done, Jake? My feed everywhere is full of this game now. I don't even own it, and I've never played it. Have you played Factorio? I mean, they are different beasts. The comparisons between this and Factorio are maybe only skin deep, because I think this game is considerably more varied in what it offers. Yeah, you know, I'm tempted. Tempted by that empty fuel tank and going into rocket fuel. But that is going to require things that I cannot do. But now that we've unlocked RCUs... Did I imagine? There we go, radio control units. Not rocket control units, radio control units. I could spit out 4 of these at a time with my very limited aluminium casing. I would need 50. Is that even possible, though? How much casing do I have? 200 casing. Ah, but you also need casing. Okay, so it's out of the question. I really do need to actually get going on the automation side. Alright. I'm curious how you came to pick Satisfactory before Factoria's Space Age. Was the latter too dangerous for your life balance? A couple of things. One, this is put up to vote for the long play option. It actually lost. I think we've all forgotten by now that it was diplomacy is not an option that won the long play vote. But that game was really bad, so I had no problem dropping it inside an hour and choosing this, which was second place instead. But also, strangely enough, I have no great desire to play Factorio Space Age. I'm not particularly enthralled at the idea of flying through space, because sci-fi is not a really enrapturing setting for me, says this man who keeps playing all these space games. And also the idea of jumping between planets and splitting your view across, or splitting your attention across different planes does not appeal to me. It's the same reason I don't particularly value Z levels in RimWorld or, dare I say, Dwarf Fortress. But this game's a very different experience from Factorio anyway. I almost feel bad for making the comparisons early on. But what else was I to think? I was thinking maybe I should pay attention to what I'm trying to do here. I want that smokeless powder. Now, how do I go about doing that? Smokeless powder is simply black powder, which can be made from sulfur and coal mixed together with oil. I don't need a lot of this stuff, but since we already have that stuff right here, in fact, the compressed coal comes all the way over here. Can you uncompress coal, actually? No, you just compress it and then you make things out of it. Interesting. I think what I want to do then is siphon off some sulfur and coal, turn it into black powder, and then belt that black powder back to my refinery area here and just make some smokeless powder, enough so that I can complete the MAM research and bring it out when I need to make more ammunition. That sounds almost sensible to me, so we'll do it. I got diplomacy is not an option on this month's Humble Bundle. Ugh. I am such a non-fan of that game. I was very unimpressed with it. Alright, I have a dreamsicle where we actually... Oh, hang on, which one do we go for this? Just regular hypertube, get it all noodly over there. Yeah, I'm still dreaming of the day that we get a railway network set up, but I'm not sure how it all really pieces together. Guess that's something that we're going to find out as we go. Alright, speaking of going, whee! I love these hypertube cannons. I have no idea why they don't just make that part of the game. Hang on, is that a Mercer? Let's not get too distracted. I got places to be. And it looked more like a purple slug, and I have enough slugs now. Correction, I have enough slugs for now. However, What about this? What about this? Now you see it, now you don't. Oh, it's glorious. Can even get rid of all the junk. Came just a moment too late for all of the little concrete pillars that I put on them, but thank goodness you can delete them now. 1.1 makes setting up railway networks loads less cumbersome. Really? I don't recall seeing anything in the updates that implied that that would be the case. But me and not seeing is a match made in heaven. So what I'm wondering is, where do we bring this over? Probably over here, right? This place is definitely going to have heavy oil to spare. Right? Does it even make me heavy oil? I'll have to double check. You know, I made this a week ago. How could I possibly remember what it does? So the oil goes in and becomes, yeah, there's heavy oil. So we just need to branch off the heavy oil to make smokeless powder and shove it into a thing. Because I don't imagine smokeless powder is something that is used extensively outside of killing. Oh, he says that, but there are 4 recipes for it. Speaking of things and recipes, since I have approximately 1 million hard drives now, I guess we better get back onto our favorite thing, which is gacha. And then having the eternal debate about what is and what is not an S-tier recipe. Give me the 10 minutes for that. That should give me the time to bring over the powder and such. So yeah, it's not the case of needing or wanting compacted coal. We need actual coal and sulfur. And of course excess gets dumped. Was there ever a life without the awesome sink in this game? Can't imagine how awkward that must have been. Will there be a tier list video? I don't want to overdo that kind of content. Although I can't deny that I do enjoy a good tier list. Doesn't always have to be a video though. I had fun just tier listing, what was it, Party House Guests and the buildings in Caesar 3. Beware the Blobber getting really quite unhappy at my decisions on that one. Ooh, yeah. Reaction video to someone else's stuff. Why make your own content when you just bandwagon off of someone else's? I'm curious to see how good rocket fuel is. Somebody was saying that rocket fuel is the GOAT when it comes to the fuel types. But I really quite like biofuel. It burns for so long, but its lift is very shy, right? So I guess even if it burns a lot faster, having a rocket fuel just propel me up much faster has got to be good, right? I can't believe this guy actually built stuff. What do I need all this compacted coal for? Maybe it'll have a use someday. I'd just rather have these things set up than not. Are there actually enough Mercers in the game to do all the research and have a dimensional depot for everything? Do the super Satisfactory nerds have that kind of information? Meanwhile, I need to expand this a wee touch. Even on 1.1, it keeps forgetting what my build settings are for these. I would like it to remember that I'm on Zoop, and I'd like it to remember that I keep my torch on at all times. There's something in the region of 400 spheres. That's a lot more mathematics than I was planning on doing today. Says man who just finished his Slay the Spire run. Whoa! Christ, that spooked me. That must be a 1.1 change then. Trees freaking explode. Bleeding hell, that was making me glad I all the way around to the bathroom. The interactive map says there are 298 spheres. Are you sure? I think that only shows the spheres that are on screen. I could be dead wrong though, and I often am. I just don't like to admit it. Right, you are compacted coal. Where's the regular coal? The regular coal comes in from this side. What do we do with this information? Well, I guess we set up the coal over here then. No, it needs to come all the way down anyway. I may as well do it on this side. We have an end point here to bring the coal out from. So it can just come out here, pop up a little bit, and then right over here we manufacture it. It all makes a lot of sense to me. And I can split it off here. Very well. What does one even make smokeless powder out of? Smokeless powder is made out of black powder, which we've never automated, but we can do in an assembler. And we shall do in an assembler. I wonder just how many hours are left on this run. Feels like the answer might be...
Expand more.
Oh, Christ, Ada. Give me a forewarning, please. My heart is very delicate today after all that DDR. You have to understand. Whew. Maybe she's telling me to work harder, which I guess I could understand. It's nice, really nice that you can go vertical in this game. I appreciate it greatly. Probably should have made sure that this stuff lines up a bit better though. Because I don't want to have any fancy bending going on here. This is straight, right? Oh yeah, straight as a pretzel. In you go, and turn this stuff into black powder, please. Shouldn't need to schloop you up in any particular way. And then how does one bring sulfur over here? I wonder if I could take it way over. I quite like where this thing is set up, but it certainly does get in the way. And I don't want to remove it. Then again, what I could also do is remove you, and then set up my dimensional depot richt here. Make it a touch more reasonable the way the sulfur is going to be coming in. Not a merger, but I need a splitter. And since you're already going to be splitting over there, I want to take off the top here. However, and this is relatively important, I want you to... I want you to be programmable. Actually, it doesn't really matter. No, it kind of does. Because if I ever run out of this stuff, then all my things over there will jam up. Nah, screw it. This thing's going to fill up, I'm sure of it. How does one approach such a situation? And why are you bending even though you're on straight? Wait, that means straight is a problem. Then I do want you on default modo. I guess. Yeah, there we go. Lo, he said, let there be black powder. As soon as he found somewhere to plug it in. Where's all my energy? Life gets a lot easier when I remember that I have this thing. And not you. I guess. I'm not happy about plugging you into there, but sure. Never enough outlets when you need them, yeah. Feels like I had no outlets there. Oh, that was the re-entry thing, not the MAM popping up. Right, so out you come, you're going to make me black powder. Frankly, you make it really quite quickly. And it's 2 at a time as well, so this is pretty good. So about that black powder, is there any point in stacking it up somewhere? It's used in Nobelisks, which I don't think are something I'm going to need to have automated. I can just make these in bulk by hand. Yeah, if that's the only use for them, then I guess I can just back it up into the dimensional uploader. Although if you're going to do dimensional uploading, is there really any point not to just have one of these? I would say no. And I think eventually I do want absolutely everything that one could have a use for shoved into these. So there you go. And there you go. More black powder than you can shake a stick at. We'll back it up. We'll have it here. Not that we didn't already have tons of the stuff. Oh, you make me so proud. Although, you're going to be limited on the coal here, aren't you? So you only get coal once all of the coal has been exhausted for all the other machines. That's darling. Question to myself, though. Do I actually bring in enough coal? Do I already have this thing super schlooped and... Well, not schlooped, but you know what I'm trying to say. Apparently I decided the best thing to do is to limit its output, probably because I'm limited to Mark IV. What's Mark IV's speed? Mark IV is 480. Give me a good reason we couldn't have that anyway. $480, please. And you remembered that? Good. Coming up through the Mark IV, through the Mark IV, along the Mark IV, along more Mark IV. I'm surprised I did Mark IVs. Aren't Mark IVs made of aluminium? No, they're not. Okay, that's good. And then into Mark IV, Mark IV. I think I made it all Mark IV, because I'm a clever bugger like that. Yes, so then there's going to be slightly more coming out of the end here. Although also worth noting that half of it needs to go over here so that I can get... yeah, so I can get it made into the other stuff. It's going to be a little bit ugly the way it comes out, but honestly, in my base, what isn't? So I need this split. Do I need it smart split? Yeah, I guess so. Nah, no I don't. Smart splitting's for nerds, just do it regular splitting. And then this thing needs to come along here. Be very nice if it could just go over the top of it all. But I strongly suspect that's not how it's going to come up here. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it absolutely does go over the top. I know there are fancy things I can do to have these belts stack on top of each other better, but whoops. Wait a second, that wasn't already Mark III? What is it? Oh, it's Mark IV. That I do not want to do. Let's be very careful about that one. Oh, okay. They really just turn into pests after a while in this game. It'd be nice if there was some kind of greater way to deal with them. Yeah, away you go. I just turned wildlife into passive at a certain point. Sounds like the Factorio solution. But of course you do that in Factorio because they are a drain on performance. Am I going to be able to lock into a power on my way down? Certainly not. Tab 1, tab. There we go. I think I wouldn't mind so much if they didn't have such incredible aggro range. Yeah, they see you, they want you dead, they'll chase you down halfway across the planet for it. Halfway across... Oh, it's you. Oh, it's more of you. Yeah, that and they don't like staying dead. I like it when they stay dead. Hang on. I think I switched out what number 1 is there. Easy to fat finger things in this game. This is where future-proofing would certainly be good. If I'd already set this thing up with a plan to have multiple lines of it, would be good, but I did not anticipate my desire for this. Fortunately, though, they stack on each other rather nicely. Well, it works. Nice might be pushing it a bit. But it's either transport this or transport the heavy oil back there. No, do not do that. Remember, this stuff is of vital importance for the power. No power, no base. I guess that means brownout's very possible, isn't it? No power to pump out the coal. Can't get the coal to turn into the fuel that we need. Generator stop. One wonders how you even make that thing go again. Add it to the current belt and use a smart splitter to pull it off at the end. That would make a lot of sense, actually. But I suspect that at the rate of compacted coal that I need to drag down here, I'm going to want that full belt. Although, yeah, I do like that idea. I like that idea a lot. I wonder how much stronger belts get. If they get stronger at all. Alright, now that we've made it over, I want to pull you off somewhere. Not running into anything egregious here, am I? Well, not too egregious. Actually, straight sounds good. Oh, wow. Okay, now thought it would be okay with that. The reality is it is very not okay with that. Bizarre little hump you have coming down here, though. I do not like it. We gotta be able to do better than that. We must be better men. Best way, I suppose, is to possibly lock in a splitter so it can line up with that. And if that's the case, why even do a splitter? Why not just do anything? Also be deeply unhappy with the fact that I have normal land here, but this, I can't imagine smokeless powder is something I need much of going forward, right? I just need to bank enough. Ooh. For all I know, this is used in some advanced recipes. In that case, would it not be more prudent to automate it somewhere that it's easier to pull from? Yeah, no, I'd rather just not have it spoilt whether or not it is good for this. I'm just trying to think what to do with it. If I set it up here, I've got more room for expansion, so... yeah, perhaps we pull it off over here, because the oil can move over. Correct me if I'm incorrect on this one, but fluids will travel as long as they need horizontally, but vertically they're going to give you a hissy fit. Also, what does one even make smokeless powder in? Correct. Damn right, I'm correct. Are you a refinery? Oof, okay, so... a fair distance. The water can always be moved if necessary. Wish I could reverse this so that the belt was coming in the other way, but ain't that always the case? In fact, that being the case, what I can do is grab you there. Mark III is surely fine. Come in like so. And then as long as you are coming in straight, you just get your keister in there. As God intended. Hope I don't need anything else on this. Right, and then along comes some lovely split heavy oil. Now the heavy oil is just going 1-to-1 into this. Is that going to be a problem to just pull out some willy-nilly? I don't think so, because I already overproduced the turbo fuel. And nobody ever went wrong with a slight bit of overproduction, so we build a junction here. I question how much this is going to want. Heavy oil to make my smokeless powder. 40 a minute. Wait a second. I don't want crude oil here. I want my smokeless powder. There we go. 10 per minute. Much better. That's only 20 black powder a minute as well. I think we will have no problem providing you with that. So you're... Pipe junction like so, pretty please. Out you come. There should be a straight option now. Oh yeah. What? Overlapping with another object clearance, clipping may occur and the pipe is too long. You keep telling me the pipe is too long, but what we could do is check this. Is that clipping? Yes, and then no. Nasty that it doesn't show the line up here, though. In that case, hit you out from here. Trying to make you straight. It's very, very dopey here. That looks straight-ish. Look, whatever, as long as you get stuck in... No, don't tell me you're too short again. That's exactly what it's telling me. Okay, in that case, away you go, away you go. This is what I get for not building on the level thing. I'm starting to not remember exactly why I ever didn't just build this thing out enough. Anyway, there we go. Get stuck in. Get me some excess heavy oil coming in here. 10 per minute is only a fraction of what you produce, so that's no problem. Hold control. Yeah, I was trying that, but it didn't like to do so, probably because it wasn't on top of my concrete foundation. Or foundation, period. Recht. All this work. This will surely pay off, though, when I bring in the power from you. The smokeless powder gets made. And this is something I'm fairly certain I'm not going to need a metric butt ton of. So surely it's fine to just have a little space, shove in here, and then dimensional depot like so. And there we go. And just like... Wait, what? And then just like that, black powder, or smokeless powder rather, is fully automated. Look at that bad boy go. Look at it very slowly go. But that's okay. Any amount of automation is fine for that. Of that I'm certain. So with that, we can already go black powder into smokeless powder from existing sulfur and coal mining. Done! And that will allow us to do some MAM things. Also, I made a better tube. I swear I deleted that. I think if you press escape, it doesn't remember the changes that you made here. So can I actually go and start building a proper factory now? Maybe. Is there anything else I want temporarily made? Excuse me, ma'am. What's in the box? I remember somebody told me a while back that the scroll wheel for this didn't work. And now the scroll wheel doesn't work. Yeah, 1.1 bugged this window. Ooh, what is a man to do? You need to change your UI scaling. It's like I'm really playing early access again. Where's my UI scaling? I guess that's under user interface. Scaling. Experimental. Scale me to 1, please. Alright, ma'am, how do you feel about this now? Oh god, no! You can use the search to narrow down the selection, and it will fit. But there's no ability to scroll here. Yeah, I might have to go way down here, or I might have to go through these horrible things that I've already researched and don't want. That sounds pretty bad. Alright then, let's get tiny. Does this seem okay for everyone? It still doesn't work though, there's not enough space. Jeez, I do not want to have these back in my list. Oh well, needs must. Just another day on experimental, huh? Alright, bring me back to 1.1, please. Perfect, now I don't need to sit so far away from my screen. Can't believe they broke this again. Oh, unless we know what it is, was there anything that popped up to indicate what it might have been? Oh, wait, what? I tried typing it in and just... Well, you know what, while we're at it, could you scan me another hard drive? Maybe we've got a new steel thing. The thing is, I don't remember what there was. Maybe we should just chew through some of these. I definitely don't... Hold on, this doesn't work either. Did it work on 1? No! What is this? You should have rescan available at least. Oh, you're right. If I check rescan... No, but hey, that did... Why is that working here? What if I check for 1 for rescan? No. Oh, there we go. 1 rescan remaining. This is what we got. Yeah, that's how we'll be able to check for the new ones. That's a good idea. So just filter until we find 1 rescan remaining. Anyway, point is, basic iron ingot. Doesn't sound very good when we have pure iron ingot. And leached copper. Leached copper actually sounds quite good. Although we already have pure copper, this is much, much faster. Requires sulfuric acid, which is sulfur and water. That sounds incredibly good for copper maxing, so definitely give me that. Just pick the recipes. There are more drives than recipes. Yeah, but then I have to go through and search for more. Not happening. Besides, we found our solution, so no need to worry about that. You don't want to use sulfur on that. Sulfur is too precious. Well, too bad. We already selected it. And we're scanning another hard drive, so we've got to wait until the MAM stuff is ready, but the smokeless powder is coming out anyway. Alright then. Nothing to concern ourselves with. What I would like, however, is a way to swiftly jump back. Is that the right direction to go? It is. Question 2. Should I do my bauxite mining here, or should I do my bauxite mining here? Normal and impure versus pure and pure. Ooh, then this place really speaks to me for bauxiting. However, one wants copper. I think bauxite needs to be mixed with copper to make aluminium. We'll see what our copper options are. Impure copper there. That copper is really rather far away. Normal and normal. Aluminium, aluminium. We can make the ingot really easily without having to employ silica, which is nice. But then the ingot becomes sheets or casing. What do the sheets become? A hazmat suit, a hover pack, and other things that we don't know about, but we know that we need it. I did an aluminium factory near here once. It wasn't that bad. That's what I'm contemplating. But the thing is, I want my factory in general to be over here. It's just that is some very, very sad bauxite. Unless there's some bauxite over there. When you scan like this, do you scan the whole world or not? I mean, will it pick up bauxite that's over there? I think there must be a limit to it, but heavens knows what it is. Well, there's more normal stuff there. I think you scan the first 6 resource deposits. Ooh, that's interesting. I'm gonna thwonk myself over here and see if there's more bauxite in this region, rather than tapping. Well, you know what? Normal and impure is surely going to be fine for now, right? Yeah. Believe. That being the case, then, how about we have a hypertube launcher that can take us home? Although preferably not by smacking me into anything too badly. That way I kind of need to curve around, but that's fine. And it's very easy to delete this stuff. Huh? Wait, why? Why are you here? You go away. Let's try to connect you to here, thank you. And a quick check that the energy is... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, capacity is in a fine place. Ooh, okay. Might have forgotten a pretty important part. Let's try that one more time, shall we? I forgot, I don't have the tube at the end plugged in because I want to be flexible to go in any direction. I thought about using the new hypertube, the thingamajigger, the junction, but it doesn't quite work the way I want it to. You have to see the thing coming and then tap E, and you certainly don't do that when going at these speeds. Whee! Still feel like this could be stronger, like a lot stronger. Maybe I do need a running start up to it. Actually, I think the biggest problem is getting height, so rocket fuel will probably fix that. That and just having it shoot from a higher area has got to be good as well. Lovely way to get around, though. Oh, it's the best. Yes, I agree on wanting to see trains. It'd be nice if I had a train line running me, at least from here to that radar tower. Although I already brought the power over. How would that even work, though? Yeah, angular momentum doesn't hurt. You can fly straight into the cliff wall and you'll be okay. Does seem rather slow for how many tubes you've added. Wasn't it FPS dependent? Or maybe I need a running start into it using using an added belt. Thing is, I have no idea how this is going to sort out. I just know that I need a lot of space. Let me get over there first. Beats the More space program. Like, that was what we needed when we needed it. Won't have a bad word said about it. Easy money. So about my bauxite and copper options here. I suspect it's going to pop me those bauxites. Aha! There we go. No need to worry about the impurity when you have this many of them. Impure, normal, temporary, pure. It's all in horrible danger zone. But I still think that's okay. I guess my main problem is that these guys are quite far away from the copper. Got iron aplenty, but no copper. Does concern me a little bit. Looking for anything out in that direction. I'm finding a whole lot of not much. Ah well, never mind. I still want my factory to be here. We just got to get it started though. And start we shall. We can start easier once I have this thing here though. Line that up nicely and donk. And then from here... Auto-connect? Blueprint, auto-connect? Just blueprint, right? Why that didn't work. Why did that not work? Because it just merged into existing floor. I see. So I want it like so then. Feels good having a whole lot of space to work with though. And I guess I can build stairways and such to go around. I think the first big landing will be the train station. It'll also be nice thematically if there's a train that brings everything we need to start this monstrosity. Also, what this factory will be, I don't know. It's hard to imagine one factory that processes everything in this game. Probably a foolhardy thing to even imagine. That deleted something that was already there, right? No? Not deleted, but I thought it built over something that was already there. I guess I was just standing on rocks or whatever. Right, how does one even build a train station around here? Because what I want to do right now is build a train. It goes back here, the train carries power, the train can carry goods as well. What I would automate, if anything, out of that, I have no idea. But the idea is it would be the start of a train network, which I guess would eventually go around and carry bits from A to B. You can build elevators now. I'm aware of that one. It seems a bit of a waste of time, given that I can just fly. And I'll fly even better when I have better equipment for it. Right, distractions. Distractions are plentiful, but the MAM is done, so let's see what the MAM has for me. And again, we can find it by looking for anything that says one rescan. Alright, so what kind of things would help us find what we're looking for? They're all alternatives. Does it have steel? Does it have copper? Does it have black? Oh, yeah, we do. Alright, here we go. Flexible frameworks or diluted fuel? People have been yelling at me to get diluted fuel, but I still don't think I understand why. The idea being that you can turn some fuel into much more fuel? I just don't get it. For what purpose? If you take heavy oil, you can make a lot of fuel. Actually, that's a lot more fuel coming out of heavy oil, but I just don't see the utility of fuel. Because currently I turn heavy oil into turbo fuel, and turbo fuel looks like it does a lot more than regular fuel is ever going to do. And from what I can see, the fuel itself has no particular uses. Wait, is that true? No, I do turn it into turbo fuel, so I can just make a lot more turbo fuel. Rocket fuel takes fuel. I see, I see. You double the fuel and then you do turbo fuel. Is rocket fuel better for... You know what, let's just take it. It keeps coming up anyway, so that works for me. Plus it gives us options. Right, speaking of options, the sulfur tree has options for me. And surely we have enough smokeless powder that we can get this. I believe I also saw the need for steel beams. Maybe not all that many steel beams. The rifle. Yeah, I wouldn't mind the rifle. And am I really seeing that? Rebar. I don't have that many rebars. That is funny. I would need some tubes. They're not called tubes. What are they called? Iron poles? Iron sticks? Well, it's iron something. Iron rods. Take iron rod. Get me a simple constructor. A constructor that makes me iron rods. As quickly as possible. Also, they're going... Wait a second. They need iron ingots. I don't have iron ingots. Huh. Well, I guess we're not getting those rebars, huh? Wait, that can't be right. I thought... No, wait. Wrong way around, Jake. You want to make the... rebars. The rebars are made from rods. Now get to work. There we go. Work faster. We get those and we will get that research done. Yeah, they'll have them chugged out in no time. What else is needed here? I need a cluster Nobelisk. Actually, I don't need or even particularly want that. But I would quite like a rifle. A rifle needs rubber and motors. Motor and rubber. Why the MAM cannot take from the Dimensional Depot, I do not know. Just adds this extra step you have to do.
Rifle and rifle ammo unlocked. A long-range weapon and rapid-fire ammunition, only to be used for the defense or acquisition of fixed property. Conveniently, this includes everything of value on this planet.
Good old fix-it. They continue to have my back. I would also like an inflated pocket dimension, although that's not something I need quite so badly these days. I still want it. And I believe that's all of the upgrades that we can get for our inventory. Don't know why this keeps getting in the way.
Pocket dimension inflated by utilizing numinous gel hydrology channeled through an etheric spigot. Some used to say this as impossible, but the meaning of that word has long since been removed from my dictionary.
Surely not, Ada. You still need to know what it means so you understand what others say. Turbo rifle ammo. That's doable. I don't know what it takes to make that, but it would be nice to have a rifle for a change. How does one even make a rifle? A rifle is made with a bunch of stuff I already have. Would I rather have a rifle than the rebar that freezes everything, though? Depends on how good the ammo is, I suppose. What kind of ammo do we have? Just regular rifle ammo. And it uses smokeless powder. But you make quite a lot of this stuff. Surely better ammo is already better, though. Probably needs turbo fuel, but if I recall, we have turbo fuel being constantly banked. I found that rifle is worse than the rebar. If anything, I just want to change. I've been using my shock rebar for a long time. You can pop the crab bees from far away, so that's already a winning solution. I'm willing to do that, but it's going to need a lot of rifle ammo. Come on, come on. There we go. Might as well chew our way through this while we're here.
Explosive rebar unlocked. Rebar ammo that explodes on impact. Suitable for removal of unwanted obstacles, creatures, or limbs.
That does sound rather nice. Explosive rebar requires stuff that I can make very, very easily. Although it's still a fairly manual process, I don't think I want to set up true automation for this. Also, look at that damage. Nice, but it's still a one-time fire event. So how about I make 1,000 rifle ammo and I get the turbo rifle ammo. Turbo fuel and casing. Turbo fuel, yes. Casing, yes. But the rifle ammo is a no. You get away from here for a moment. Let's store the... there's something to store here, I'm sure. Probably you for starters. And the rebars. Right, that requires some rifle ammo being made. Yeah, can't keep me away from manual hand feeding. It's really good, you know. Right, rifle ammo requires smokeless powder and copper sheets, but you can make me a ton of them, right? Smokeless powder, copper sheets. What's the limit here? They're going to go through... Excuse me. Yeah, how high do these things stack? It's already making me a ton of this stuff, so I don't think this will take long. Homing ammo is too low, or the damage is too low on homing ammo. Just aim better. What, are you saying this stuff homes? Extreme capacity and rate of fire. Yeah, that's fine. That's all I need. Just rain the nobelisks on spiders? Nah, I'll shoot them to death this time. Surely I can aim better. Is there anything else I need to care about at this point? I don't care about Caterium stuff, right? Yeah, sod the homing bullets. That seems like a waste of time. Can't do power matrix. It requires singularity cells. And then otherwise we're good to go. So we get this and then we're back to gacha. And we all love gacha around here. Okay, so you stacked a 500 on the rifle ammo. The more we learn. Whilst that's chugging away, how in the world do I set up my train station? I start by getting rid of all of this nonsense that we see around here, including myself. It's very simple. It's just a track that goes from there to here. Very simple, he says. Why do I get the feeling this isn't going to be simple at all? I wonder if I want a lot of foundation to build on. I do recall people telling me something like building train station, or rather building train lines on regular ground is pure pain. At least I think that's what I heard. Is this going to be coming in under logistics or transportation? Hub for locomotives, but what about a freight platform? Perhaps we start by having a train station, and then whatever level I have the train station at, we just leave open for nothing but the train station. Is this directional or omnidirectional? Why is there an arrow on it? Actually, I'd love to know that. Are train stations omnidirectional? You'd think they would be. Why would they not? Also, there's only one line on the thing. They are directional. Ooh, am I really not playing Open Transport Tycoon here? You will need signals for multiple trains. That's okay. I've done signaling before, except I've forgotten everything I did about it. I guess it's not too bad to have everything curve around, huh? Alright, well, you gotta start somewhere. Let's start with this. If I'm building a station, do I need multiple station pieces together? Or is just a single station with some lines coming out going to be enough? Does it need to be big enough for the whole train? How big will the whole train be, either? Alright, well, at least railway is nice and simple to do. And you have no building type, so we just shove you in. You do one station and then platforms. Platforms. Creates empty space where necessary. So this doesn't actually do anything that this doesn't, right? Or do I need this thing to be full of platform? Well, surely it's probably better to have more platform. Build a platform, make sure the train fits, and then work from there. That seems about right. No, this won't be our freight platform. Not yet. This will be the initial stuff. And then I'm sure if I need freight platforming, which I likely will, we can build beyond that. Oh man, I'm already worried about how this is going to go. It looks a lot more finicky than doing this in Factorio or Transport Tycoon. But I'm gonna want a little locomotive. Why does it not snap into position? Maybe I can put it here and then tell it to go to this station. And then I can see how it's going to work out. I usually put a pusher locomotive at the end to keep the station shorter. Okay, well, not in a position to be thinking much about this. At least not with much nuance. I need some power here. I assume this thing needs power as well. Also, I assume I want my bullets. I'm proud to announce that after 50 hours of learning, I finally launched my first rocket in Factorio. Congratulations. Factorio's so good. Right, need my turbo fuel, need my aluminium casing. Aluminium casing, 100 of, so that's a bit too much. Unless aluminium casing is used to make them, in which case not enough of. And then package turbo fuel, and we're good to go.
Turbo rifle ammo unlocked. The pioneer ammo of choice when obstacles are numerous and time is short. Panic and imminent death often negatively affect human accuracy, so this ammo meets the human experience with fix-it efficiency.
Ada's always looking out for us, but how do we make this turbo rifle ammo? I have two ways of making it. The fact that it requires aluminium casing does fill me with a bit of dread because I like my aluminium casing. However, this isn't too shabby because what I can do is I can get rid of you. I can set up my manufacturer. I can continue to hand feed because the hand feeding meta is too strong. Get me turbo rifle ammo. It's not schlooping. Actually, do schloop it up among other things and then give it everything it needs, including all that casing, which I just uploaded. Now we are forced to automate the production of aluminium casing, and that's okay. How do the different ammo types compare anyway? I guess I just shoved all of mine in. Look at this. This is apparently twice as powerful. Comes at the cost of accuracy. That's okay. I just run up point blank and shoot anyway. Also, you make a ton of this stuff. Holy moly. Turning 25 into 100? That's got to be good. Imagine the savings. Have you even made the gun yet? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There will be a day when we make this gun. Can't make it here. It's an equipment workshop only thing. Alright, well, fortunately that's also more than possible to do. Please provide me with one gun. Ali, who was trying to feed me bad advice for playing Slay the Spire, as usual, comes in to say, just watch the run, it was glorious. Damn right it was glorious. Alright, gun is in hand. We admire the gun. But then we also need to load the gun. Haha, we load the thing like it's a stapler. Sweet. Alright, well, how do you operate? Can we aim this thing? Middle mouse? No. Right click? No. We just fire straight from the hip. Okay, well, yeah, I'm already liking the fact that it goes root toot toot. Hold it down. Yeah, I am holding it down. Ah. Whoa, now. This gun means beans. I should probably make sure I have plenty of ammo stored away in the nebulous container here, so I'll continue cracking out as much of this stuff as we see fit. Really nice having the turbo fuel. Wait a second, I thought I automated turbo fuel going into storage. What is this? I'll have to fix that at some point. Now, about you. I don't think I remembered how this stuff works. Train menu is Q. I want you to go somewhere. Please go over to Shkovde. Now you're going to go over to Shkovde. This thing's electric powered, so... That is considered arriving in the station, and that gives me a good idea of how far out I want this to go. Doesn't make a lot of sense to make this into a freight train if this is just my toot-around train. Is more locomotives more speed, or is it just more power to pull freight? Ah, here's a freight car. Not even sure we built one of these yet. Ah, so it does need to be slightly longer. Why does it keep tooting at me? Shut up. It's one wagon per platform. 1, 2, 3. Well, what's wrong with this one? It wouldn't go down without that last one. I'm gonna need you to stop tooting right now. There we go. Maybe that would be sufficient. Alright, if that's the case, maybe I can grab this and press E to make it railway. And then all of a sudden, all we need to do is drag this railway back. And we probably also need to make it so that this thing can turn around. I don't know how tightly this thing turns. I should probably also definitely make a railway constructing set of building things on my hotbar. So that's going to be simple foundation. Am I going to need or care about ramps? No, I'm certainly not. Well, one would hope not, at least. I'm going to want the railway. I'm going to want the station, I guess. Oh god, signals. Do I remember how to signal? It's kind of muscle memory in OpenTTD rather than learned knowledge. That's going to be a problem. Probably. Alright, give me that, give me that. And for other things that I need, well, maybe I can put the electric thing there. Can I press E to switch between different ones? Okay, then I don't need you here on number 6. In fact, we can switch between the signals, so we actually don't need both of the signals on here either. Convenient. In that case, I'll shove the station here. Also, I'm going to stop whacking this thing out every time. Right, how good are you at turning around? It's relatively tight. Now, another question would be, do these railway things merge together? Having this as a way to get around is probably a bit of a waste of time, considering that I just blast myself out with cannons currently, but probably better to have this knowledge than not. And my current thinking is I'm probably going to want to run this on zooped foundations, which is already making me quite sad that I didn't line it up with a foundation. Ew. Making this thing turn is also going to be a bit of a pain, isn't it? But let's see how it works. So we're going to come along with you, no doubt. Oh, that is splendid. We actually keep the power from... Oh, thank God. I thought they wouldn't merge. We keep the power that we fly with from this. That's a big deal. That's pretty good. So come in, rejoin, and then keep on going, but we're going to need more of you for this. Not bad, I guess. Wish this automagically went to straight. Although bendy roads aren't so bad, are they? To make an S, you can build the ends first and then the S part. Let's not assume I know what I'm doing when it comes to building railway. That is an assumption that gets a lot of people hurt in a lot of interesting ways. What I'm looking forward to is when I hit issues like that, what are we going to be doing about it? Actually, how narrowly can this thing do S-bends? One of the issues in some other games is when you S-bend, you end up having to S-bend really quite harshly. Could I do something like, but not necessarily, this? Oh, oh, yeah, okay. There's this little point in train enthusiasts' heads that just release endorphins when certain things happen, and that's one of them right there. Come on, up we go. Wait, where'd my built-in fly go? Okay, it has returned for some reason. Is there a bit of a lag on electricity coming out from these railway lines? They get very hard to straighten if you keep building curvy rails, but standalone straights, they are easy. Alright, yeah, I'll need to keep that lag in mind then. Seems to update pretty quickly sometimes. So, I'm wondering, do I just want to go higher here? This is not the only hill I'm going to have to deal with. How do these handle inclines, by the way? Good? Maybe even really good? Maybe I do want the inclines. If that's the case... Surprisingly good. Great. I like to be surprised by things being that good. Double ramp, 8 meters, 4 meters. That looks disgusting. How about you just give me the normal 4-meter ramp? And we do it like that. Oh yeah, we're going places now. Ew, we're going to Cliptown. I don't like Cliptown. Really takes quite a bit to update where the electricity is. Look at my electric jump pack thing busy not working for me. Unless I need to go a long way back. Okay, there we go. Those are too steep. Don't give me that. I was assured this thing will run fine. Surprisingly well, I was told. Oh, railway track is too steep. I dared to dream. Alright. That's okay. We're here to learn. Ugh, I hate framing failure like that, but it's true. We'll smack you onto 6 and see if we can get above where we need to go. No, and I'm not terribly willing to accept that. However, now that we've learned that S-bends are really cool and really easy, all we need to do is bring you over like this, just a touch. At least it does snap to a degree. Wait, what do you mean? They're also too short. This is one fussy thing at times. Oh god, just how much of my life is this now? I don't know how many hours I spent on my save file in Open Transport Tycoon, where I'm building up the UK to be perfect in every way. I mean, UK has to be like that eventually, but it's almost certainly too long. Can I clear this? Is such a thing even possible? Oh yeah, that's clearable. We can clip, but come on, let's try and have some standards here. That's acceptable. Oh, you piece of bum. Oh, that's nice. That simplifies matters considerably. Maybe I should have made this thing about an aeon ago. Even get some leaves for my time. Further question, do electrified rails count towards despawning enemies? Also, please say yes to that. Bazzy, I said please say yes to that, not no. Sir Alan Sugar doesn't want to hear no. Not no, yes. They do, but I'm lying. That's good enough for me. I can handle a lie. It's called a white lie. Something quite soothing about setting this up, although I'm a little worried about how it's going to work when I need bigger and better. But that's okay. It's all about building the bedrock. The thing is, everything we've built so far has been temporary. Just there to see through what we need to get the tools that we need to build the proper, real factory. And now we're there, so we're going to set this up so we have a way to get between old factory, which may still be producing things that we need. That's the thing. I imagine there are a variety of things that we can't all have in one place. So logistics are vital. Feels rather good, but yeah, man, how long is this long play going to go on for? I didn't expect Satisfactory to end up being the longest long play. Might even give Nancy Drew a run for her money. Nancy Drew and her, what was it, 320 hours? How are we lining up here? Not favorably. Oh, I don't doubt that I'm going to need a double railway system. But what I suspect is I'm going to build this. I'm going to ride it back and forth. I'm going to get a feel for what it does. And then I'm going to understand the need for a blueprint. And then I will design a blueprint. Possibly here and now. Or at least some blueprint systems. So that when I do this in the future, I'm not doing it blub, 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 blub. I'm just smacking down. I don't know if it'll continue to be 10 in a row or whatever, but smack down what I need as I need it. Probably makes a lot of sense to arc right rather than go up and along, but going up is cool. Plus, you never know if I want to expand out and just have another stop here, because maybe there's silicon and geysers that I wanted to transport by rail. Of course. Of course. It was all so obvious. What a good game. Can't believe people hid this from me for so long. Maximilian tried. You're lucky you only need 500 project parts now as opposed to 4,000 like in early access. Doesn't really matter though, right? How could it possibly matter? It's just parts. You automate them and then you'll have them. Now, if this game had limited resources, that might be a concern. But do I look or sound concerned? Ah, yes, Sergeant Seuss was one of the many out there beta testing it for me, and I do appreciate that. Okay, perhaps I need to consider how I actually line up with this, unless I actually want to just have the train line be this new whole elevation. Maybe I do. Build the train line all the way up here, and then we'll have an elevator that brings us up. Because there's no reason that I have to go all the way down there into pleb zone. We have risen above that. And besides, having the height has got to be good. Don't want to go all the way down. Are those the waterfalls? They look terrible. They just look bad because I've disabled the fog. Let's turn the fog back on. But I don't like living in Final Fantasy IX's Mist continent. So for 90% of what we look at, I prefer the fog completely off. You know, this is beautiful. That, admittedly, is not beautiful, but this is. That looks like Resident Evil engine hair, which is not a pleasant thing to look at. In before the whole... One of these is not aligned to the global grid, I'm quite certain of it. I was looking at them earlier and figured that they don't actually... these two don't line up. Which is why it makes all the more sense to just have this stuff in the sky. Sky is good. And just build ourselves our concrete wonder up here. So I'll make myself another sizable... Geez, there's a lot of lag in updating the reach of the electricity. At least I don't have to bring electricity poles along with me. Was it always the case that these lines brought electricity with them, or is that a beautiful quality of life update? And yeah, no big biters in the sky, please. Didn't ask for that. At this point, I could probably stop doing this and start doing this. I wonder if I'm ever going to be unhappy with using the concrete foundation here. Some said it looks better than the normal foundations. I'm not so convinced. I guess it's not a huge deal to update. Come on, this isn't snapping as easily as I would like. Tell you what else isn't going as nicely as I'd like, the updating of the amount of concrete I have. Maybe I'm definitely going to need a whole lot more of that. Oh yeah, down and out already. Grim. Yeah, see that? It's not paying attention to this at all, but now it's Gucci. I have 3 or 4 DDs for concrete. I'm definitely seeing the utility of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want this out a little bit further. Nice, very nice. Hang on, does that mean I can grab power off of you? No, I suspect I need to build the station to grab the power off of you, huh? That's okay though, it's perfectly doable. So now I set up such a thing with you. Must be together with another train platform. Wait, that's weird. Does that mean I need to... No, take me back. Okay. A little difficult to estimate the size needed here, but whatever. So now I want the empty platform version. Empty platform. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then connect them up. And then if this could be so kind as to circle back, please tell me these names can be changed. Swedes are not allowed in my happy world. Alright, so maybe I'll come up with more inventive names later, but for now your starting location. Which is not inaccurate. Everything down there is subject to being destroyed, but at least for now it shoves things into the dimensional portal. Didn't even look Swedish, it was a Dutch city. Does it really? Is that really a defense? Don't hate us, we're not Swedish, we're simply Dutch. Put down the turbo rifle. Alright, now a bit of a problem of course. My train isn't here. Surely one can remotely pilot trains. Surely one can remotely... Is this where Factorio quality of life starts really burning for not being here? No, not at all, because we have you here, train. Self-drive, and I want you to come over to starting location, please. Path is not invalid, there we go. I wonder if it's going to come here and then not do anything in return. It's on its way, though. The obvious thing to do right now is to ride this train there and back again. Setting up much more complicated things seems unnecessary because at some point we will probably want to set this up for freight and I'll want blueprints and stuff. But that's not the case right now. The case right now is to simply set this up as a framework that can be expanded upon when we need it, and that we set aside probably not just space, but an entire level for train stations. Because it could be that below this we're going to have an area of manufacturing for all the untapped resources here. And then stuff gets manufactured and then brought up through chutes into, well, all the space that I can keep available for loading freight trains. Beautiful. So you're going to get here, and then you're going to go stop, and then immediately get going. All right, let's ride a train, everyone. I said ride the train. No, come back. Come back. Okay, there we go. We're doing this like a train level then. Oh god. Momentum. Oh, she's gone. Damn this flying machine. I want to ride the train, but I guess I have to wait for it to come back then. I didn't want to stay in it. I wanted to ride on its roof. Quite like how clean the railways look. I've never seen a railway this clean. Even when the Edinburgh tram system was finished, it still didn't look clean the day it was finished. Oh, the thing grinded so much. I think it still does. I used to laugh and say to my friends, it glides as softly as a cloud, whilst the Edinburgh tram system was busy going crunch. Every corner it took, deeply unpleasant. Alright, come on back. Come on back to starting location. Hey, it is on its way back. Man, it does that journey pretty quickly. I think that's faster than riding my jetpack, but not faster than hypertubing. Hypertube launching, at least. Trams do that. It's very pleasing from the cushy seat. All that grinding noise? I don't think so. Very expensive to ride, as I recall, as well, especially if you wanted to go to the airport. The airport's just one extra stop, and they'll charge you, I think it's 5 or 10 quid. Anyway, it's been a while since I've been to Edinburgh. Hey, you know what? We can check off established railway lines because we have done exactly that. I can get rid of private notes in general. Alright. Let's ride. You barely hear it from the driver's car. Ah, okay, so it's an other person problem. That's my favorite kind of problem. So how does it work with the tram cars? Are those things slowing it down, or are those things just slowing down the acceleration? I'm trying to think how many locomotives I want per carriage. In Factory, it's 1 to 4 for me. Doesn't seem to be gaining speed when going downhill, which bodes well for not losing speed going uphill. This is really very pretty. Oh, I'm happy with this. Not really a clip. Now I'm wondering, do we get momentum off of this? Yes! Cool. Very cool. Okay, then that bears the question of what are we doing now? I can ride this around all day and be jumping for joy. Well, I do need to automate stuff, so perhaps we should leave it there to go back and forth forevermore. HDs. Oh, my hard drives, of course. Good thinking. Whilst we faff around, the ma'am has been working hard to provide us with options. Here we go. Quick wire cable or fused quartz crystal. Don't I already have pure quartz crystal? I do, so fused sounds like a waste of time. Quick wire cable. That sounds a lot worse than coating my cables in vast amounts of heavy oil, if I even wanted to do that in the first place. And rubber is an oil derivative anyway, so this is just a bleh. The steel rod also sounds awful, but what about quartz purification? What the heck is that? By mixing my quartz with nitric acid, I can make a dissolved silica. Oh, hey, interesting. This gets me quartz in a different way entirely. No indication of what I want dissolved silica for, but it's got to be better than steel rod. Jing's a lobotomy's got to be better than steel rods. Nice output, but... Yeah, come on, give me that quartz purification. If nothing else, it gives me an easy way to make dissolved silica, although how nitric acid works, I don't know. And keep on checking those hard drives for me, even though the UI is bugged out. Both are not that useful, so pass. No. Gotta grab something here. Recht. What am I doing now? In order to advance, I need to automate aluminium. Can I turn off individual... Claimed, unclaimed. Yeah, it seems like it's all or nothing with regards to showing me these resources. But I'd love to know if there's a better source of copper next to the bauxite so that I can put them together and make all the aluminium stuff that I need. Some people say it's better to work backwards. And they're probably right. Currently, this is the only way I know of making aluminium casing. And we know we can make aluminium ingots just out of aluminium. 2-to-1 or 6-to-4. Silica makes the aluminium go further. And that is... Wait, that's aluminium scrap. Hang on, this isn't going to be as simple as I thought, is it? Aluminium scrap is refined alumina. Oh, right. And here I thought this would be simple. Right. Oh god, you need coal as well. I hope I have coal at the ready. And then there's that alumina solution. We can make a ton of it and we don't need the silica. Although look at that, it makes the silica. I wonder if the ratios actually work. Although can't I just use quartz if I have it nearby? That's a sizable if. I think I need to set up a radar over in Swampville so I can see what's going on there. Also, it'd be nice if the radar tower actually showed me its reach. What the heck is this meant to be? This UI, man, it is just bogging. Right, there's the reach. So if I set one up over here... Ooh, would you look at all those quartz? So we know we have quartz at the ready if we need to. We can all just bring it over from here. Good. In that case, it's probably a good idea to just build out foundation from here. But now we have another problem. And that is that foundation is expensive in concrete. So let's make sure we have more concrete. And I love riding the train, so let's ride the train over. Yeah, I gather that Protozomac, but I'd rather know that in-game rather than knowing that from chat. So what I will do is I will go and thunk down a radar, and then I'll go, oh, look at all the copper we've got here. And then everything will be good. But everything's better if we admire it from this train. Cool looking train, by the way. I wonder why it has what looks like jet engines on the side, though, considering it's an electric-powered train. But I'm not a train driver. Maybe Tyrion can fill me in on exactly how and why it works this way. Oh man, that's powerful looking. Looks like Optimus Prime. I know he's a truck, not a train. But it certainly doesn't look like Astro Train. Yeah, there's those nasty little buggers that are respawning despite my railway running right through their home. Alright, thanks for the ride. I'm fine. So clearly the situation with the concrete is insufficient. Hold on, I already have two of these set up with Mark IV belt hitting it. This could be the problem, actually. This is running low, and this was never a good enough mine to begin with, was it? Well, it's normal. Even so, I think this is going to be my completely dedicated mining operation here for this stuff. So I tell you what, this is all going away. We can do so much better, because this is one of the first things we ever built. Oh, I need concrete for foundations. Foundations seem important. I'll just slam this thing down, and we haven't touched it at all apart from setting up the dimensional doohickey. So let us... Please don't tell me that was full of limestone. Disgusting. Didn't leave a death crate, did it? Good. Exactly. We now have the tools to make significantly improved concrete. But get that limestone out of my face. However, water isn't nearby, is it? Well, it's nearby enough. Just pipe it over. I can't imagine we need more than one beefed up limestone thing for all of our concrete needs. I'm open to being wrong about that, but that's what I imagine. But I need water over here. Or actually, wouldn't it be better to bring the limestone to the water than the water to the limestone? Don't know about that. You might have a node near water. That's also possible. How about that one, for example? Oh, it's impure. How about that one, for example? Oh, it's impure. How about that one, for example? A bit of a broken record here. Thinking about it, I would like a pure one, just so I can absolutely crap out concrete and never worry about concrete ever again. Oh, hello, you're pure, but you're a bit far away from the water. What about you? Normal. That one's pure, but the water is here, and it would take pumps. Do I look like a pumping guy? Nah, just build a couple constructors. No need to mix it with water. Ah, but you see, I want to. But I do want a pure node. Is there a way to check for pure only? Doesn't look like it. Alright, where was a pure one that we spotted? No need to be too fussy. You're pure. Alright, good enough. Yeah, there's our water. If we can see the water from here all as well. So, I believe I still only have access to Miner Mark II. But I think some of our next unlocks include Miner Mark III. That's fine though. Is this in the direction of water? Vaguely?
You are
good enough.
currently 74% more efficient than your peers.
Was she always this talkative? Alright, I'm going to want every drop of this stuff you can make. You're going to be dropping this out at 600 per minute, and that's going to necessitate the kind of belt I don't really have it in me to make for now. But surely I'm just about to automate. No, let's caw canny here for a little bit. 480 will suffice. Don't like how it bends at the end there, even though we've got it straight. I'm assuming that's down to me not using foundations, but let's not worry about such things. Let's only worry about efficiency. We don't want Ada to be worrying about us now, do we? Oh yeah! No need to use those wimpy up and downsy things. No need? Huh. Well, don't tell me it's okay and then tell me that it's not okay, game. That's not very nice. Apparently you do have problems with it. Right, what could Brian Boitano do about this? He could do something like... this. Jings, the MAM is done already. The MAM is there to remind me how inefficient I am. There we go. When in doubt, be better. Choop. Surely this is fine enough for the water. It won't need to be pumped further. But how does one even make wet concrete? It's in a refinery, right? Wet concrete is done in a refinery. It uses lots of limestone and a fair amount of water. 120, I'm pumping out 480. I don't want to shard these things up, so 4 of them will be fine. If I'm going to be building refineries here, it might not be the world's worst idea to have it on concrete, though. Sure, that's what we have a foundation for. Wait a second, foundation doesn't snap to the global grid, meaning I do have to start with some global gridded concrete foundations. Okay, fair enough. Which means this isn't quite where I want it. Bah humbug. Can I have you snapped here? Press H and then nudge you. Oh, that's nice. Wait, what is this? I suppose it should have been obvious, but I didn't realize there was a way to talk in the game. What is it trying to snap to? Ah, you're still here. Frankly, I have no idea what people are watching this for. Old man very confusedly builds his base. This snapping isn't right, though. I feel like the better thing to do is have you come along first in straight mode. Cease your bending lark. And then you can come and connect on up. Nice. Very nice. Oh, I love how smoothly everything comes together here. I strongly suspect that before I am fully done with this game, I am going to build an industrial flavored roller coaster area. Right. These things need to go into refineries. Fetch me some refineries, please. You know, I had it in my head that this was only going to take a few seconds. But suddenly I decided, nah, the concrete needs to be wet, and we need a lot of it. Like an ungodly amount of it. Perhaps we're making too much of it. And also, perhaps we could do with some power over here, because I'd like to be able to fly while I'm doing this. I enjoy your streams, says Amayans. I enjoy your punishment streams even more, and Final Fantasy 13 was amazing. I am very unhappy with Final Fantasy 13. And I'm very happy knowing I will never play the game again. But I'm also baffled, because I know some people love Final Fantasy 13. They loved it so much they were jumping for joy when Lightning Returns comes out, and I don't understand. Do you need to be a certain level of lobotomized to enjoy that? Because holy moly, I was having anti-fun with that game. Huh? Why am I still flying up? Where's my jetpack thing? What's it called? Not jetpack, but hover device? Hover pack. I shoved it in there without noticing. Wait, why is it still in there? How did that happen? Oh, well, I guess it doesn't truly matter, but something weird happened there. Recht. I would quite like you snapped in here. This isn't exactly something I'm going to be building a ton of, so it doesn't really matter if it's all off-center and such. Especially since we're just going to be splitting you. Like so. Probably means we get rid of you. And then... splitting in like so. Just want to bring up again how incredibly happy I was with that Slay the Spire run. The game's hard, by the way. All the mocking I do about easy game, easy card game for children. It's more than slightly disingenuous. Alright, Mark 4, Mark 4, Mark 4. Let's just keep it all Mark 4, shall we? This is only using iron, and come to think of it... hang on, doesn't that block that in a very inconvenient manner? Exceedingly inconvenient. In that case, it's probably better to have the belts go high and the tubes stay low. I think so. I just couldn't help but feel there'd be an easier way to have the tubes high and the belts low. But I guess something like this works just fine. In that case, wouldn't I want the stuff further up? And what's the easiest way to have that stuff actually go up? I think somebody mentioned something... two of these on top of each other will take care of it. Yeah, think twice. Hell, maybe even start by thinking once. Right, if that's the case, then I want you coming in and I want you going in there, right? If you were to be so kind as to line... Oh, it's 3 of them? Maybe it's 3 on top of each other then. How's this working out? Really rather well. Also, these really only need to be Mark 3s coming off of the main thing. Ah, but hang on. That becomes a problem. But by problem we mean not a problem. Not a problem. Eventually, everything will be sorted, and there will be no problems. Still keep this coming in at Mark 4 speed, never know when that's useful. Alright, took a bit. There we go. No clipping. Also gonna want this power up here, huh? Huh? Oh boy, here we go. 7 is better than 14, is better than 4, is better than 5, is better than 6, 3, 9, 8, 1, 2. Have not played others yet. Ah, but Gobbo, you are missing perhaps the most important Final Fantasy, and I'm shocked because I watched you play the game. Mystic Quest, baby. AKA Final Fantasy USA. Because they thought Americans couldn't handle the complex intricacies of Final Fantasy. Oh god, no, not tactics. Alright, come on, show me the bits. There we go. Alright, let's ride with the limestone. Because game is cool. Also, no clipping, but I was trying to take that. Whee! Ah, I really, really don't like manifolds. I don't know, they just don't seem quite right. I love a nice balancer setup, but let's face it, this game is Manifold City. Wonder if the water's going to make it up here. I actually fear that it will not. It says it provides lift, but I don't think this is going to be enough lift. Water extractor. There. This doesn't particularly need to line up amazingly well, as long as it's going in. But can it reach this high? I don't trust anything higher than the extractor itself. Yeah, and this is lower than the extractor, so it's got to count for something. While we're at it, though, let's get ourselves a junction. Let's also consider the capabilities this thing has for actually... Hold on, this could actually be off-center and fit in better, couldn't it? For example, if it's over there, then it fits over like that better. Yes, yes. So these things, in their desire to make wet concrete for me, are going to be using 100 per minute. And this thing makes... Oh god, what do you make? I think it's only 300, right? 120? No, that can't be right. But that's what it says. That means I actually need 4 of these things or to shard them up. That is disgusting, but I guess needs must. And we must need. Surprised we don't have bigger, better, more aggressive water extractors. Anyway, the point is I'm going to need a pipeline Mark 2 coming into this, but coming off of it, we're fine with pipeline Mark. Ew, not that kind of straight. Yeah, I suppose that's fine. I have an appreciation for spaghetti in Factorio. These days I'm not into building it, but in this game, spaghetti feels good. Yeah, there's mess around here. I'm sure it could be made in a much finer way, but I quite like what we have already. So I need to have 2 of them come in, 2 of them come in, have them merge into one big one, because this doesn't add up well unless I shard them, and I don't want to shard them. Simple as... That actually works surprisingly well. Nice. That means you can get over here. You could do similar. Yeah, not too concerned about that. It's not clipping through the ground, you see. We built it like that. And we need to actually both merge together, huh? Suppose we do. But these need to come in Mark 2s. Nice. No longer doing 1 power pole per building. Courtesy of the power of these Mark II power lines. Alright. Riddle me the... riddle me something. Oh, we've had words about this. Out of here. Alright, the water goes through. These things fail to get set up for doing heavy concrete, or wet concrete rather. And I have my hotkey for setting them all up. And now they say, where's my water? And I say, surely the water will rise. That looks like water. Okay, so it's got just enough lift to get up here. Oh, good. Oh, very good. That concrete is coming out. Now, do I merge them together, or do I make one depot per refinery? I actually think I'm bad enough to do one per. I mean, hey, space is one thing that's functionally infinite here, so that is just what we'll do. You need quick load, so no. We need quick upload, so 4, yeah. Industrial storage container, also, yeah. When we're done with this, we are never going to need to worry about this stuff again. That's the plan. Also, what's the rate of production here? 80 per minute. Also, no power. Wait, no power? How did I miss so many of them? There we go. What were we saying about production rate? 80 per minute, so I just stick to the Mark IIIs. And then the dimensional depot, which I don't think switches from this. No, that'd be very nice though. It's not something I need to build often enough to have on my quick bar, but it would be nice if it switched away from that. In you go, and my upload rate is 240. That certainly needs one of these though. The concrete must flow. Exactly, right? Now, people have been saying scathing things about my approach to automation, but everything we've been doing, hand feeding included, has been so that we can facilitate this kind of scaling. We go through the hard times so that those that come after us can have an easier time. And then they get soft and weak and create more hard times, but we won't be around to know or care about that. The concrete is now officially flowing. So checking out our established one already. She's already full. Full and filling up some more. I think a pipe segment between the pair of refineries Mark 1, Mark 2 should be Mark 2. This doesn't need to be Mark 2 because it only needs to flow 200. Yeah, it only needs to flow 200 per minute to these ones. Coming up to here, it needs to be Mark 3, because when it gets to this point, then it's going to split out 100 here, 200 there, and that's fine. There is no reason that this should have to be Mark 2. Is my logic, and I think my logic is sound. Well, this stuff is working, and it's full up, so that's got to be good. I'm impressed at how high this can go, though, so maybe that's a good rule of thumb. If the pipes are in line with... Well, if the pipes don't exceed the height of this, we're probably good. You can underclock the water extractors a little bit. Let me think. We need 400, right? Is that right? Yeah, they each take 100, so these can actually be underclocked to only produce 100 per minute. Good thinking. Can't believe how good the people are in chat at thinking. Mort the second. I don't know what happened to Mort the first, but Mort the second's brilliant brain is busy saving me how much? Wow. Going from yeah, savings, good savings. It's almost 20 megawatts saved. That's another couple of hypertube launchers. Ah, so good to see it flow. We don't have concrete problems here, do we? Limestone, rather. There's no reason to think you're not going to be getting 120 a minute off of this thing. Because I do need specifically 480 flowing out. Hang on. Brainwave. 1.1 is here, and I learned something important about 1.1. Had to learn something at some point. But, where is it? They added a sign. Maybe the sign isn't here. Maybe the sign is an awesome shop thing. That is possible. This is so cool that I want to do it, though. So for one, I'm going to need my coupons. All 88 of the suckers. And then I need the awesome shop. Bibbidi boop. Welcome back, DDR Jake. Oh, thank you. But we could get the cyber wagon. Or another boombox. Or a check mark. That's apparently a schematic. Is there anything I'm really after? You know what? Conveyor wall hole sounds cool. Sign me up for that. That's what I want. The throughput monitor. Gib. I think I'd like the wall mount, actually. Give me that as well. Wait, a Mark III wall outlet. I don't even have Mark III power poles. Or do I? Still sounds pretty good. And I got 88 coupons, so give me those. Give me the Mark IIs as well. Hypertube floor hole? Yeah, okay. Wall attachment? I guess. I mean, what else am I going to be spending my points on? Don't care about displays or lighting or a shelf unit? I guess not. Colors and things, no thank you. Foundations, we are on it like a car bonnet. Walls I don't care so much for. Maybe someday, but not now. Personnel elevator, give. Oh, we want that. Ventilation. This looks... that's just 4 looks, surely. These are goodies that we will surely not need. Oh, hello. If I just bought my aluminium casings, I could chew my way through a bit more research, right? Might be worth considering. But no, I need RCUs. Hang on, RCUs? I could just buy these to advance the next technology. Might actually be worth it. In the meantime, let's certainly buy all of this. Why did they not hook up Ada's voice here? I wanted to hear. I don't like how she talks to strange aliens. Yeah, some basic logic gates would be nice, but that's not where we're at. Right, so one imagines that falls under logistics to give me that information. Conveyor throughput monitor. But I don't even know her. Please tell me you don't need power. You don't need power. Look at that. A sweet, clean 480 limestone going through to these places. What did you take to make, by the way? Ugh, one of my oscilloscopy things. This is really cool, though. Now, you need 120. But it probably takes the guts of a minute to calculate that. But I'm pretty confident it's coming in at 120. How could it not? 480 is coming in. And these things don't magically eat more than 120 per minute. The point is, I'm very happy now. Concrete is solved, probably for the rest of the game, except with regards to using it as an ingredient in other buildings, but this was just so that I can build concrete foundations anywhere. And the throughput, I have to spend about 1,000 per minute to run ragged. And we'll have nice big container shelves full of them. Ah, very good. Yes, more than satisfied with this. It feels good, just feels good to check these things off and say, right, we're done with this. Some things you're never done with, like Factorio steel smelters, but that's not where we're at. Right, now to play the game of trying to find what we need to find our rescanning thing. Here we go. W. Electric aluminium scrap. Or the rigger motor. Motors are a bit of a pain, but why would I want to add an oscillator? I don't like making oscillators. That does significantly increase motor output, though. But this one, electrode aluminium scrap. So we take the alumina solution, we mix it with petroleum coke. Oh, that itself is a pain. And then we get aluminium scraps and water. Water? It's water. But we're currently making aluminium scrap out of coal rather than coke. The production rate is not so hot, right? No, it goes up by 20%. But it's 4 to 6 is the same as 12 to 18. So why would I want this? It gives me more water, but it seems like a waste of time. And yeah, the rigger motor, although it increases output by 50%, I don't like involving crystal oscillators. So what we do is we go, nah, give me better. Blended turbo fuel. Oh man, I just solved turbo fuel and now you want me to have new ways of going about it. What do we make our turbo fuel out of these days? We do turbo heavy fuel, right? And that's the whole reason we're bringing over compacted coal and not petroleum coke. I don't think I want that. Uses the blender though. And then there's quick wire cable again. Yeah, I really don't want to redo my turbo fuel setup. What's the ratio though? Instead of 4 to 4, it's 4 to 6. That's actually 50% more turbo fuel coming out. And instead of bringing over the compact coal, we bring over the coal and the sulfur. The downside, I suppose, is that it needs the regular fuel, which goes 5 to 10. So this is actually really, really efficient on cranking out tons of turbo fuel. I think I'm going to take that. Mostly because I'm seeing the vast amounts of turbo fuel that we get out of this compared to turbo heavy. Although turbo heavy feels quite good. But 5 to 4 doesn't quite beat 4 to 6. Not by a long shot, actually. And the extra fuel is hardly an inconvenience, right? Not when we go 5 to 10 on that stuff. So that's essentially 5 heavy fuel becomes 6 instead of 4. So that's 50% more. Definitely give me that then. Not going to make that right now, heavens no, but I like having the options. Options are good. Alright, keep with those hard drive scannings. Why did I make all this concrete, by the way? There was a reason. I was busy building something and I said, oh, I'm going to need more concrete. What did that strangely special needs voice in my head actually want the concrete for? Look how offset that is. Oh man, I am so certain our initial buildings was not done to the global grid. It looks done to the global grid. I'm holding control and snapping here. So why is that one off-center? Because that one was done to the global grid. Unless it wasn't. Oh dear. Oh, that is so not done to the global grid. Is that a problem? And why is it not to the global grid? Yeah, this is global grid. This is whatever we built up there. It adds character. It's going to add a headache when I try to connect it up to everything below it. Was the global grid even real to begin with? Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to rebuild all this. Heavens no. It's going to bother me though. I know that much. So that must mean this wasn't done to the global grid. That's global grid. That is not. One wonders how that kind of mistake even happens. What is it? Why is there such a lag with my power thing? I'm right here. Here's my power pole. Who cut all the power? Who ate all the pies? Who conquered all the chippies? Oh, I wonder how long ago I cut that off, actually. When did that happen? We can actually check quite easily by looking at some of the steel production, because I know I've been using that. That's a good sign. Not that long, then. Although my production of encased industrial beams leaves a lot to be desired. Is the biopower still there but unhooked? Yes. I think we are going to leave all the stuff here as part of a nostalgia factory. It's good to stay humble and remember your roots, especially when you're not very far away from them to begin with. Gotta keep that wood and keep that, keep those leaves flowing. Oh, I've got way too much concrete in my inventory. But perhaps we could... Actually, I should probably keep that since I'm about to build up 1,000 foundations or so. Let's get that out of here. I don't know why I have all this black powder either. Or smokeless powder, but we're full on both of those, huh? Alright, in that case... dump our inventory a bit. I don't need you. I don't need my leaves. Yeah, goodbye leaves. Goodbye wood. Goodbye compacted coal. Some wires, some other wires. Turbo fuel, you are not my best friend. There we go. Just make me points after everything I've been spending. Oh, that reminds me. People were talking about... Hang on, what? Can it not eat the alien bit? I suppose not. Right, so alien DNA is something that I haven't been faffing around with at all, but I've got a lot of protein here. And I know why, because I schlooped up a bunch of alien protein. How about we make alien DNA? Because I've never tried this, and I want to see what it's all about. So we just make alien DNA capsules, shove it protein, and then out comes the capsule. But why? What does one do with the capsule? I don't know. Ah, here we go. There's the Miner Mark III, but it requires fused modular engines and supercomputers. Drones... Drones are about the only thing I could reasonably get right now, and I don't see any need for drones yet. They're probably really good. People have told me they run on fuel, which sounds iffy, but... I'm open to some of the weird and wonderful things this game does. What does it say anyway? Go the extra kilometer. Knowledge is power, and power is just efficiency with fewer steps. Deposit alien DNA into the awesome sink. Get stuff. I like stuff. Let's see how this works. So I'm just going to dump it. And then in it goes. And wow, look at that stuff go. Holy moly. What was the points situation there? That was incredible for getting points. Why don't you just kill stuff and make DNA capsules? Because I got plenty of this stuff. And I think we've got plenty more. What are they called? Yeah, they're called remains, right? Yeah, man. I got plenty more where that came from. You need to manually process, but they are renewable. Exactly. And renewable is good. DNA has a different counter and scaling than normal items. Can that be summed up in 20 words or fewer? The rate of scaling, that is. It all goes by in a bit of a blur here. 1,000, 4,000, 8,000. But man, that really cranks up the coupons. And look at that number go. Impressive. Oh, well, I'll leave that to chug along. It's not really what we're working on right now. Just a few schlooped converting. Oh, yeah, I was wondering, do I get what I want out of the awesome shop? Nah, I think not. I don't think it's going to take me anywhere that I care too much about being. And we can fly all the way up here. But I'm more than little interested in having an elevator, except I can't quite reach. There we go. Maybe the elevator is... Oop, 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 oop. Maybe an elevator can be powered. I am actually more unhappy than I care to admit about this thing being off the global grid. It does bother me a bit. It wouldn't be so bad just to leave this line off the global grid. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut this off a little bit. This stuff will stay fine suspended in the air. Fix it makes strong things, you see. And then what we do is we delete the foundations. I see you can't multi-delete foundations, probably because it lags the game quite impressively. That means this thing's going to be off the grid, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not gonna continue to propagate these global grid issues. But what do I do in that case? What's my best way to make this not a problem? I could start in the ground and build up, but then it might be off-center in a different way. It'll haunt you. Let's be clear about that exactly. And I don't want to be haunted. I want to do the haunting. Right, I have something resembling an idea. We start with a global grid here, and we build up. With foundation 4 meter. Boom. Wait, that was not what I wanted. I fear I just went and built into the ground and can never delete it now. Oh, well, that's the ground's concrete now. Alright, perhaps my real plan is vertical zoop. There we go. But again, I almost didn't start it from the global grid. Alright, we're good. Clipping, you say? When you say clipping, what I hear is no clipping. Alright, there we go. Now we're beginning to do a bit more talking. Alright, that does mean this needs to be fixed over at the real factory. The real factory that has no production whatsoever. Does this even connect? Could I convince myself that this doesn't need rebuilt? No, I could not. Wait, what if I put one more on top of it? What if I put just one more on top of it? Just one more job. Oh, yeah, I don't even need to be convinced. That is touching. Glorious. Ah, bums. But that's okay, we still know that we only need 2 more, so we're good. I wouldn't like to be that train driver up there, completely unsure if the foundations are going to hold. Alright, so just... I don't know how I didn't see that didn't connect there earlier, but there's a lot of things in my life that I don't see. Alright, I don't know how many people this is going to bother, but it was going to bother me, so let's get this onto the global grid. I never even thought about chunk alignment in Factorio until I did. And then after that, everything's got to be chunk aligned. It has too many mechanical interactions there. Although now the question is, how bothered am I by this station? The answer is quite bothered. I think my train will be happy about this, but it's going to have to cope with the situation. This bit doesn't matter. Not a sausage. But this matters a lot. So give me back my station, please. We've got building stuff for this. I had it in my head we'd be actually doing some work today. We could blame DDR. Or Slay the Spire even, but I don't think they deserve that kind of blame. So I believe we assessed we need 1, 2, 3, 4 empty platforms. Don't give me that space is uneven nonsense. Pretty happy with how the runs went though. I mean, sure, that DDR did brutalize me, but for all the right reasons. That was a bunch of very hard songs. Well, not very hard songs, but it was a very difficult onslaught of songs to have to deal with. And I dealt with them as best I could. Which was to say, I failed. Alright, there we go. I was hoping this game wouldn't have too much in the way of Z-clipping. Or Z-fighting, or whatever the term is these days. And actually, it only seemed to be a problem when I was building. Otherwise, this just looks like a really hackneyed job. Anyway, that does not bother me nearly as much as having this thing offset. Did you ever play Einhander for the PlayStation 1? Never heard of it. And I also didn't own a PlayStation 1. Well, ever, actually. So a lot of that... A lot of the PlayStation... that's off-center, isn't it? Yeah, a little bit. A lot of the PlayStation library, sadly, I missed out on. I did not join the Sony family until I had a PlayStation 2. Which I'm eternally grateful to my parents for getting me for my birthday all those years ago. Maybe not eternally grateful. I think the gratefulness can pass by now. With a copy of Time Splitters 2, complete with the light gun, the Joy-Con I believe it was called, and Grand Theft Auto 3. Glad they didn't see a problem with getting their little adolescent boy a copy of Grand Theft Auto 3, but I played the heck out of that game. A whole lot more than I played Time Crisis, that's for sure. Now, let me think. I would also rather like to have the blueprint at the ready. Okay. Tried to use the number pad 0 there. It wasn't having any of my shenanigans. So again, this is the train level. We don't build anything on the train level unless it is facilitating the use of the trains. Also, we're very happy to see 9,000 banked concrete. Actually, that's not banked. That's in my inventory, isn't it? How nefarious. But that's okay. We have that there for a reason. How high can you make an elevator? I guess we're about to find out. Because I do want this elevator taking me all the way back down. I can only imagine this kind of artifacting is not good for the stream. All those bits flying around, like what is that? Superheated concrete? I'm done with work, says Andarius. I just watched the heart kill from today. Very well done. It was very well done. Maybe my win rate with the silent isn't as bad as I give it credit for. That said, I've had a fair few losses recently. Maybe it's slightly better than 20%. Maybe it's even 25%. That's still not great, but even the best players of Slay the Spire struggle to get a win rate above 50%, which speaks enormously to the game's difficulty curve at high levels. Or, well, maybe not difficulty curve, but what would be the term for that? Skill ceiling, maybe? I'm a fairly accomplished FTL player. Probably not one of the greats, but I'm pretty great at the game. And my FTL win rate, if I were not handicapping myself, I would comfortably put that at 90% on hard mode. Yeah, sometimes you get that encounter that just makes you feel a bit raw, but them's the breaks. Alright, so let's imagine, if we will, an elevator riding us up there. I don't think I need these dimensional depots here anymore. These days we have dimensional depot setups that eat really fast, so I should be able to just go whoop up there. So, tell me about elevators. You can add stops, and you can do fix-it, personnel floors, da-da-da. Ooh, snaps very nicely to this. Also rotates around. I guess I'll have you here. And then, whoa, Nelly! Look at her go! And she doesn't go up in distinct chunks nearly as much as I thought, but this is still good. Oh no. Now we're less good. I can't quite make it. Also, what do you mean something is in the way? Can I build you up a certain level and then extend you further? Also, why does this cost silica? Also, what happens if I do this? Ooh, hold on, this needs some further thinking. Power pole Mark II, power pole Park 2 needs power from anywhere. Like that power pole Mark 1, that should definitely be a Mark II. And then what if I bring the power to you? Now surely you will give me... Yes, you'll give me adjacency. And then I could actually get rid of the floor stop, which is good, because I don't think I want the floor stop. But I do want you all the way up here. Which probably means that the foundation has to go. I can see this becoming a problem later, but let's not worry about that. Then I want a floor stop up here. And I want a floor stop up here. There we go. Oh, it tells you the height as well. Now that's convenient. And I also strongly suspect you're going to need power, or at the very least you're going to want power. Everybody wants power. Power line from hither to thither, power line from here to there. Don't tell me it's too long. Don't want to hear that. Now, I didn't actually want this here. If I got rid of you... Oh, that is nice. I was worried it was going to leave just a gap there. Alright, let's imagine that we can't fly like a god. Let's call the elevator. In one of the malls in Aberdeen, there's a pretty cool glass elevator, which was fun to ride up and down. For those of us with simple needs. Ooh-hoo-hoo. Well, I mean, how is this not awesome? It's a bit quiet. Nice. Remember to rename and mark those buttons as you like. I could. Train station. Please tell me I can put a picture of a train on it. That's kind of a train. Yeah. We can color it. What color should trains be? Can it be multicolored? Oh man, maybe, but it truly doesn't matter. Get this away. And then this will be our humble beginnings. Maybe the question mark makes sense. Here we go, human. Pretty cool. I'm pretty sure I fly faster than the elevator goes, but the elevator's an elevator. I am not thrilled with this music, though. Tactical elevator action? That sounds like a really bad indie game. Wait a second, elevator action is an indie game. Isn't it by Ben Croshaw? Probably. Right, well, for all the fanning about we've done today, what have we achieved? We've got a train station with another train station. I want to rebuild the train station, because... Wait, I did just rebuild the train station. And it's called Stockholm, and that definitely needs to change. What did we call it here before? I guess Humble Beginnings can remain the name. If you press escape, it forgets what you're putting in. Humble Beginnings. But then if you press escape after pressing enter, it won't close the thing. So, yeah. This game certainly has some UX things to suss out. Right, you there, train. Your timetable is to go to Skövde and then go to Humble Beginnings. Also, I need to change the name of Skövde, if such a thing is even possible. What do we even call Skövde? Maybe I need to go there to rename it. That would make sense. Not even 2 parallel tracks, but we don't need 2 parallel tracks, not until we do freight trains. Now, the day of freight training will surely come, but that day is not currently today. That day will be when we actually need to freight train move things around. I think I'll ride the train back to Skövde and then rename Skövde, and then we are going to figure out aluminium. I suspect it will be painful. Did I actually start that other bit of research? I did. Okay, well, knowing that that train might arrive any moment, get this other hard drive going, please. Train isn't quite here yet. What is our recipe? Well, the train is just about here. We'll figure it out when we get back. Is the train faster than the space cannon? No, however, it is more enjoyable. Slightly. The hyper cannon is a whole lot of fun. This is also an even better place to have the hyper cannon set up, because we already have the altitude. The waterfalls don't look quite as bad during the day. They still look quite bad, though. This also looks bad. Could I maybe delete my shame? There we go. I think I left a suspended ladder there, but never mind. I'd love to ride a train like this someday, but I'm under the impression that it's highly illegal. And, well, not to mention extremely dangerous. But who cares about that? Alright, thanks for the ride to what is no longer going to be called Skövde. This will be called Southeast Factory. What's this biome actually called? Maybe we could call it something better than Southeast. I don't know the names of the biomes. I guess we've got Swamp. We've got Spider Deathville. But this is all, Swamp is also Spider Deathville. It's called Blue Crater. That name kind of blows, but okay. Blue Crater Factory. Sounds like it makes blue craters. Thank you, good night, and much love. Oh, you here. You were making me things. Thank you. Yes, ammo. Ammo is things. It's crater, not crater. Ah, I see. Not a word I have to think about often. Right, ma'am. What is my hard drive thing here? Re is good. Tempered copper ingot or fused wire. You know, maybe fused wire is worth considering at this point. Caterium to enhance copper production for what? Just for wire though? Do I really need a lot of wire? I keep seeing this thing pop up though. Maybe I should get rid of it by just selecting it here. That is a lot of wire though. A whole lot more than we'll get out of iron. I guess I'll take you, but there we go. Well, I should have re-rolled actually if I didn't like either of those. Foolish, foolish. Jake, how long did you live in Sweden? I love how you pronounce Skövde. I was in Sweden for 8 miserable years. Well, that's not true. They weren't all miserable. But after about 3 years, I wanted to leave. 3 years in Sweden, and I was like, okay, I want to go now, but because of Brexit, I really want my Swedish passport, so I'll stick it out for 5. Then I stuck it out for 5, and COVID hit, so I stayed around for 3 more years until everything opened up a lot, and then, well, it was really only 2 more years, and then I went traveling to try and find a place to live. I thought Japan was good, and Hungary was good, and Austria was good. I settled for Hungary, and then I got the heck out of there. I got back. Called a man with a truck and I had him drive all of my stuff down to Hungary. Anyway, this is distracting me from my goal of making aluminium. Jeez, I don't have a good mental space of what's involved here. What is the process? Bauxite is used to make alumina. And I can just take bauxite and water and make alumina. Once I have alumina, I mix alumina with coal to make scrap aluminium. Yes. Once I have scrap aluminium... Okay, so far I need coal, bauxite, and... I've already forgotten. No, just coal and bauxite so far. Then the aluminium scrap gets purely turned into ingots, unless I want to add silica. How much do I need aluminium? This ratio doesn't seem very good. 6:4 is a good bit better than 2:1. Also, the rate is much better. Guess done in a smelter rather than a foundry, though. That's got to be advantageous. Also, does one really need silica for many things? Also, does one have access to silica? Do you want a comforting answer or a realistic one? I always like to be clad in realism. Ironclad. Okay, so once we have our scraps here, either combine it with silica or don't. Either way we get the ingot. Because it doesn't look like this scrap stuff is used for anything other than making ingots. Once we have the ingots will be mixed with copper to make sheets or used on their own to make casings. Yeah, this doesn't seem very difficult. Why are people making this sound so much harder than it is? Yeah, exactly. It's very cheap to schlop a smelter. Only one of my Schumer schloppers. But on the other hand, schlops are very finite. It's been a pain in the bum to go and find a bunch of them. So my next port of call, I think, is to go over here. I don't think I need to bring train line with me yet. I want to do that when I actually set up what I can presume is going to be the mother of all smelter arrays over here, because we saw there's a lot of ore over there. God, in an ideal world, I unveil the whole map and I slam down the perfect amount of radars so that we actually see all the goods everywhere. But I've still got a whole, I assume, biome here that I haven't explored. But one step at a time. I want aluminium automated. Ugh, but to what degree? Am I trying to make a permanent aluminium setup? No, I should build a scalable aluminium setup, much like I scaled my power. My power is good, but my power could be 3 or 4 times more than it is right now, and that's just with the single oil patch. There are many more oil patches we could grab. So knowing that my power could easily go up to 100 megawatts is comforting. 100 megawatts? Wait, is that 10,000 megawatts? I rather think it is. Okay. So it could go up to a gigawatt. Well, that's even better. A gigawatt? No, probably 100,000 megawatts. Wait, what? Then I just... Oh, whatever. 10 gigawatts. Good enough for me. If there was a point to what I was saying, I don't know what it was. Yeah, it can certainly go to a lot more too. So, go up here, slam down a radar, figure out what's what. Why does this not go out to its fullest? I want to see its range so I can compare radar tower coverage. I know it goes out here, but why is it just showing me that tiny circle? I know you go further than that. I hate this map UI so much. It really feels like placeholder early access stuff. Like, show me the extent of your range, please. Okay, that's kind of doing it. They definitely changed this between 1.0 and 1.1. I'm just using finger on the screen calculations here, if we could even call it that. So as best I imagine it, I would quite like my radar probably around here. 825 heat sinks. Okay, well that's something to keep in mind. Yeah, radar somewhere there seems about right. So I want to put that on my map. I do not like the idea that we're going back to Deadly Spider Zone, but we could make life easier for ourselves in a lot of ways. Place radar here. That's why I moved out of gloomy 9 out of 12 months of winter country to sunny and chill Spain. Yeah, I really came around on Spain after visiting the place. Very, very happy with Andalusia. I pressed escape. Don't press escape in that menu. Place radar here. And with all this faffing around, the MAM is already ready. I feel like confirm should always be on the right, and in this game confirm is often on the left. But I guess that's a me problem, right? Why is this set to make computers? Okay. Oh, I bet I slammed that down towards the end of last episode because I needed to build this radar tower, and radar towers involve computers. Okay, very good. Chicken's all this faffing around, and Mam has more for me. Mam, what do you have? Classic batteries or an electrode circuit board? Circuit boards, they're a bit of a pain to make. So if I can make... Oh, that's very slow. Petroleum, coke, and rubber. So essentially we're making a circuit board out of oil and oil byproducts. That sounds useful, but why? Making them out of either of these two things, although preferably copper and silica, is really good and really fast. Yeah, no way am I giving that up. What about the classic car battery? I have no idea what use there is for batteries. Oh, well, yes I do. Primarily used as fuel for drones and vehicles. So we move away from oil processing. Well, plastic's still an oil byproduct. That's a lot of ingredients, so hey. Doesn't have a byproduct, though. And I imagine water is an annoying byproduct because you would have to put it in a jug and sink it. Also, that production rate's pretty nice, making me 4 instead of 1 out of these goodies. You cannot sink liquids. What, even if you package them? Then what in the world are you meant to do with it? I guess just make something else that involves water and sink that. Water is an infuriating byproduct, yeah. Just route it back to the input. Where in this does it need water? Anyway, sulfur, copper, which can be made out of copper or iron, or maybe deuterium. I forget. Plastic. It's just a complicated thing to make. Not unfeasible, but complicated. Since I don't currently have a need for batteries, I'm going to do a rescan on that. I regret everything. Yeah, I certainly don't want these. Wait, are we sure I don't want molded steel pipes? Iron pipes are kind of nice, but look at that rate. 5 to 5 is a better ratio than 3 to 2, and all it needs is concrete. That sounds really good for production rate, but I have no idea of the sheer amount of steel pipes I'm going to need. Currently they're used in frames, stators, fluctuators, a bunch of fairly single-use things. If I end up needing more of that, that might be useful. I'm going to add it in just in case I ever need vast amounts of them. Do we have the next one going? Come on, give me more of these. This is what I was expecting last time, by the way. No, it isn't battery, it's the pipe. Molded steel pipe, let's take it. You have the rotor recipe with pipes as well. Yet another reason to have it. Right, so. This place I want to model to the global grid as well. As we can see, for some bizarre reason, I did not model this to global grid. This is global grid, this is not. So, what are we to do in this situation? Ow. Not that, I would hope. That is the same height, and it's on the global grid. That is the same height, right? Looks pretty good. So let's just correct our mistake here, and make no mistake, it was a mistake. What? It's not off by much. I'm not so convinced I would need to change the... or rebuild this. Just appreciate the mistakes that one has made. Try again. I do not want to delete this stuff. Well, maybe I don't care so much. This might seem like extremely anal just to line this up, but I can already see the problems arising. The global grid is too good to ignore. But that's okay. What are these games if not made for being extremely anal? Frankly, I don't want to know. Also, thank you, Nudge Tool. No, sir, you're completely right in correcting the error. Thank you. I figure better to correct it now, where it's going to take me 10 minutes, than... not even 10 minutes. It's taking me 5 tops. Than have constant issues with it as time goes on. I'm okay with leaving you there. I don't think this space is going to be of particular value to me. Yeah, I totally see this as being a larger area with freight trains and such. It's not a big deal that this merges in like that either, but... Okay, that's A-okay. Thing is, there's no need to neaten things up. Somebody was pointing this out earlier. In playing this game, there's really not any penalty for clipping or having things go wonky like that. But you have this inherent motivation to do it right, don't you? You know, maybe I did actually want you two coming in like that. There we go. Don't want a gap that I end up falling through and regretting it immensely as I fall down to that slug. Easy does it. Penalties, you're guilty conscious. Well, I don't know just how much I'm going to play this game. Once I'm done with the long play, and this long play ends once I launch the rocket, how much more am I going to be playing this in my own spare time? I worry that it's going to be a lot. I guess it's not really a worry, but how I spend my time is my business. And I don't like the idea of poison seeping into my beloved base here. Wait, what? I guess I prematurely detonated. You know. I love how you just explode those things and put an end to poison. What bizarre poison clouds are these? Yeah, I'm definitely going to be making the theme park as well, but I don't think I'll be doing that on stream. I can't imagine that being a particularly good way to spend my time, or anyone's time. Right, what are we doing here? I'm probably going to need elevation aplenty. One wants to be very elevated above the swamp, that's for sure. Yeah, I think it's probably a very good idea to bring this over. My problem, if you can call it that, is power. I want to build these things over and I want to bring power with me. Surely that speaks towards bringing this out. Is there such a thing as doing this, though, I wonder? Okay, now I'm increasingly bothered that you're not on the global grid. However... Crisis completely averted. And again, this is just for my own personal little toot-toot car. The time will come when this is a much more serious endeavor, but that time is not now. I need to make my way over to... You are not happy, are you? Is that destructible, though? Is this a destructible coral? It's possible. It would seem not. Also, that is hideous. I am not in the mood for clipping. So here's my proposition on that matter. We S-bend out of here. S-bend just over to this part, and then we seek elevation. If I need goods to be elevated, that's no big deal. I can just put them on a big old rider thing. Let's just just build this over until it is S-bended out of concern. I'm curious to see how well it can S-bend, though. If my dream is to be here... I see. Much like the belts. It wants to follow a direction. Could you do such a thing? Oh, baby, that's good. I guess that's the advantage of being a monorail rather than a rail. Some might say that's kind of ugly. I am inclined to agree. I'd rather have these extra bits filled in. It's not like I need to save on resources. Any man with this much concrete no longer has such worldly concerns. Spent a lot of time here recently in the race for more place. Race for more place. I'm sure that means something. Am I still running into problems here? Well, yes, but actually no. I do not perceive this as a problem, but if I was just 2 units over to the left, I'd be even less of a problem. I'd be able to get elevation and turn left and go over there. Sure. I wonder just how much I can S-bend over with this thing. Bomb the coral. It can be tried. Wow. Sometimes the simplest solution is the best. And the ma'am is there to remind me that I have spent yet again too much time. That's okay. The ma'am is at the ready. Thank you for that, Naga. Speaking of Nagas, it's Dominion 6 tomorrow. Maybe Naga will get me a recipe. No. Ag... Ra... Re... Oh, here we go. Ooh, radio control systems. I need to make those. Is this a significant... Wait a second. Electrode. No, we saw that. It cuts out computers. And that's good because I don't like making computers. Computers are a pain in the bum. Are they, though? Computers need circuits, and this just needs circuits. What else is in a computer? Computers are circuits and other things, I forget. Ooh, man, I've got all the computer recipes. There's circuits and a bunch of other annoying things. Let's shove another one of these while we're contemplating our options here. I think I might go for this one. The rate is much improved over the original. Rubber is not a difficult resource, although it will require oil doing with. But we have oil on site here, so the rubber won't be a problem. We're making aluminium, that won't be a problem. I have a lot of ways to make circuit boards. Well, I got 2, but that's good. And then these things, which are a pain in my bits, are going to have to be made anyway. And they require things that I'm certain I can source here. So you know what? Give me that. Crystal computer is key. The crystal computer. Didn't I take that against my will last time? Yeah. Yeah, I suppose if I just go hard on actually making crystal oscillators, that's probably a good way to, 1, have them, and 2, crank out industrial amounts of computers without eating up every single circuit board, because right now the circuit board ratio is bad. This is much better. 3:2 beats 4:1 any day. Not that circuit boards are expensive. They're really not expensive. Huh. Don't know why I'm being such a pain about that. Anyway, I believe I wanted to automate things today, but no, people said build railways, and here I am. I do like railways, though. I'm not as enthused about railways as many of our other people are around here, but I do like them. I am surprised at that lack of damage output, and that was only a tier... That was tier 4 spitter, so not bad. I'm very unhappy, actually, with the fact that the powered railways do not deter monster spawns. Ooh, ooh, easy, easy. That messed up at the end, didn't it? Yeah, it did. Yes, we can dismantle crash sites now. We're looking at one, and we'll be sure to rectify that post-haste. Wonder if you can turn on curves here. I got places I need to be. But more than anything, I want elevation. Elevation's one of the easier ways to get away from these nasties. Yeah, so see that crash debris? Ooh, you actually get goodies out of it. That's nice. All of that nonsense, just get rid of it. Boink. Nice. I hope you can't accidentally do that and delete the hard drives, though. That would be tragic. So bear in mind we want to get here. We just keep on gaining elevation, probably until I'm about to hit this rock. And then we turn. Although I'm really interested to see if I can bank. Well, I know I can't bank. That would be too cool. But I want to see my options for turning on an uphill climb. So if I'm considering that, what I should probably do is give myself room to breathe. I wonder if I have what it takes to... Let's bring it up to a certain point and then consider our moves. I can be satisfied enough going up here, because I can make another big platform area moving over to that radar. You cannot delete the prods that still have their hard drives inside of it. That is good to know. Guess I want to come out here and make it flat at a certain point. So yeah, once we get this high, flatten her out. And then from then on, we keep moving. What's a man meant to do when he cannot bank? That's not unreasonable. I guess if I was making the truly most beautiful of screenshots, I'd probably raise concern with that. I'm not sure I care all that much. That is fine enough. Yeah, it'll feel good when riding up the thing. Also, all this is quite superfluous. I don't want superfluous bits here. Oh, cool, rail. Shame it doesn't add its own column supports. Yeah, so I was warned that building rail without foundation is a royal pain, so I put 2 and 2 together and thought, well, what if I just do it with foundation? Lo and behold, life is good. It's a little slow putting it together. I think I'd be much faster with blueprints. I might make a bunch of blueprints on my days off. That I don't think I'd be so keen on doing on stream. Is that tree destructible? If I were that tree, would I be destructible? No, I'd get in everyone's way. But this tree is not me. And now it is dead. Despite its rather sizable size, it was only worth that much wood. Come to think of it, the maximum size I would have for a blueprint ain't so hot. Even though my automation of steel is pathetic, I'm very glad it's keeping up with my building work here. There's a better way now to build rails in 1.1. Make a pylon blueprint with 2 bits of rails and use a new auto-connect function. That's pretty cool, but would it be on foundations that way? I really feel like having this on foundations is saving me a lot of headache. That said, it needs to go even higher, doesn't it? Yeah, I want to get over this nonsense. Don't twitch at the end there, Jake. Okay. Not what I was looking for. It slows down on grades and corners. Well, I was riding it earlier and it didn't seem that impacted by the speed. And I'm not exactly building this as a high-speed rail network. I'm not entirely sure what I'm building it as. I guess currently it's infrastructure. This is high enough, right? It looks high enough to me. Again, though, it doesn't note that there is power next to me. Why so sluggish? There we go, now we're better. Yeah, it clips a bit, but I'm okay with that. Hey, it's one of these, one of my Launchpad McQuacks. At this point, I reckon I could get rid of you. But why? Why would I get rid of you? Yeah, I'll get rid of you anyway. If I blow up these plants, do they come back? Fascinating thought experiment, isn't it? Maybe they will, maybe they won't. It'll slow you down more when you have cargo, Jake. Shouldn't be a problem if you have one motor for every 4 freight cars. Yeah, that's the idea. That's the ratio that works in Factorio. I have no reason to believe it won't work here. Because as we know, this game and Factorio are... It's the same game, right? It's 3D Factorio. What a disingenuous claim. Right, so we're here by the bauxite. The bauxite is an aeon down there. How will I bring that back? I don't know, but we'll be working on that very shortly. It'd be nice to get aluminium properly automated. There's going to be quite a bit of backward stuff. There's a lot of, essentially there's every item that I've made so far, and I do want it properly automated. But what is proper anyway? Yeah, conveyor lifts to build, to bring things up. Although, I really do quite like the idea of just having spiral belts. Belts are cool. I can't believe how long this is taking. Ma'am is ready again. What you got for me, ma'am? R. Ooh, got it in one. Basic iron ingot. No. Steel rods. Hell no. Leached caterium ingot. Leached. I thought we agreed that leach is a pain and pure caterium is the way forward. 9 to 6 versus 2 to 1. That's really not a good ratio. It's better, but no. The speed, though, that kind of production rate is hardcore. But you could just have more refineries. On the other hand, a rigger motor. Yeah, rigger motors we saw earlier, and I guess I should pick one of them. And if I automate the creation of my oscillators, which I do plan on doing, I guess that can feed the creation of motors. Yeah, the increased production rate's probably worth it for that. I'll get on it. Well, long live the hard drive processing. So many of these things. Hours worth of hard drives. Donk. How much further to go? Oh, well, we have pretty much the entire swamp to clear. On the plus side, I shouldn't need any more altitude than this. I'm grateful that the zoop snaps the way it does. But I'm really thinking this could be sped up magnificently, right? Why don't we stop faffing around here for 5 seconds and improve our situation. Right, we need to think, because this is taking longer than I expected. I want the blueprint building, please. Blueprint building Mark II. Thonk. Blueprints, my blueprints. I would like... Nice that this doesn't need power. 5 here. And... railway building going forward. And I shouldn't need anything fancier than that. Wait a second. Are people telling me that railways don't normally auto-connect? I bet they're telling me that. But now with the new auto-connecting blueprints, they should. So maybe if I just do this. This will be a lovely 1.1 feature to have. So what do we have here? What are we calling this? This is 1x5 railway. Very simple. Very, very simple. Save the blueprint. Clear all of this nonsense. Maybe don't delete all that until we know that it works. And then go back to the railway quick buildy thing. And then go blueprints, mark you as 7. And then we have this on auto-connect, and then we realize that it does not auto-connect. But it probably auto-connects to other blueprints. Is that the right direction? Okay, yeah, there's a very faint arrow at the end there. So if I shove you here, and then I shove you here, look at how it doesn't auto-connect. Huh, buggery. It wants to auto-connect like that. Perhaps I did not make the rail long enough. That's funny though, that didn't seem like a very long distance for it to struggle to connect to. Let's bring it quite a bit further out here. Let's try this then. Let's save the blueprint like so. And now let's use it. Oh, it's a lot happier now. But it's also unhappy because too short. Too short, too long, make your mind up. Alright, let's try that little one again then. I'm gonna need you out to a certain distance. And I want the power to actually remember that I'm here. Please, game, I want my power. Let's try that once more, shall we? Minimum length for a rail segment is 1.5 foundations. Yeah, I get that. That's why I was trying to make these far enough away. Okay, so if it's too far, they don't connect, and if it's too close, they don't connect. What's a man to do here? I already gave them one bit of leeway, and they didn't like it. Try not leaving any gap. Surely that wouldn't work, and it would be very hard to diagnose whether or not it works. Maybe you're meant to make it such that... Why in the world would it not work if there was a bit in the middle, though? I wonder. Let's give it an awkward amount here. That's probably still a bit too shy. How about that then? You like that? I still don't want to connect. What is going on here? It needs to be flush with the edge of the foundation, probably. Yeah, that's the only thing I haven't tried, and it shall now be tried. Farewell. Farewell. Let's bring you all the way up to the edge. Oh, you can't nudge railways. What, really? Funny, I thought they added vertical nudging in this one. Some Slay the Spire later on. I think you've missed something pretty important for today then. We had Slay the Spire earlier, and it was really good. Well, it was entertaining. I was certainly entertained. And if I was, there was a good chance that a fair few other people were. Do you like watching Silent die over and over again? Normally when I finish a Slay the Spire run, I actually enjoy rewatching it. I can usually learn a thing or two. Alright, let's try it like this then, shall we? Now you're flush. Sadly not with cash. How do you feel about that? Wait, that clips into it, doesn't it? So it needs to be one bit further out. What? So it doesn't auto-connect like that because railway is too short. When it gets too long, it won't connect. When it's like this, does it connect? I don't know. Are you connected? I assume so because it is carrying power. But it kills my power. That's weird. I'm no longer able to fly up. Why not? Je ne sais pas. And this is fairly new because 1.1 came out approximately 24 hours ago. Should use my blueprint for this, make life easier, but I guess making life easier is not what we do around here. Here's the train station. Going in... I can't tell. I can't tell the direction. Okay, there we go. Get connected. And what's a thing that needs power? Jump pads need power. Here's a jump pad. And then we connect you up. It looks pretty powered to me. Whee! Okay, so it does appear to be working. You're powered Schmedbachen. No thank you to Schmedbachen. Alright, so to connect them up, just make them flush. Seems weird, considering that anything else you try and make flush does not work this way, but... I'm not an authority on what is weird and not. I love these squares. Reminds me of Dungeon Keeper so much. Alright, well now that we have our vital information, let's carry on. That does cane my ability to fly, though, for reasons I don't understand. Whenever I do this, it blasts me out of the air. At least for a little bit. I would try a locomotive before you assume. But why? Here's a loco. We can drive it. We can see that it's using power. Maybe we can just drive the thing off the edge. Whee! Why is everything dark? Oh god, where's my jetpack? Ah! Where is my jetpack? I must have shoved it away. Well, now I need it back. I don't like being here. Not at night, not at all. Oh, by the way, see crash debris, say goodbye to crash debris. Oh, bye-bye. Say goodbye to these things as well. Oh, here's another question. Where's my fuel? Where the heck's my biofuel? Wait, I have biofuel. Why is it not liking it? Don't tell me it resets its preferred fuel when you shove it away. Please don't do that. Well, it's a good time to put this gun to use. But we could see it didn't work so well on the knot spiders. That really take it out? What a wimp. Easy money. That's where I want to get back up to, huh? Nighttime is a great time to look for slugs. Absolutely great. I can't help but feel that the swamp gets even darker than most places come nighttime. I'm sure that's just an accident. Certainly something I'll fix next. When I was going around and grabbing just about everything I could get my greasy little hands on, I didn't usually go out of my way for slugs that weren't purple. The way I see it, purple slugs are worth so much more. So don't waste your time with anything that isn't purple. But while I'm right here, whilst they are staring me in the face, how can I say no to some power slugs? Okay, so I hope that was very educational for one Tarkin. He's probably laughing so hard his breakfast started coming out of his nose, the monster. Not bad enough that I dance for his delights. Man, that DDR fairly took a number on me. Hey, look. Why is the locomotive back? Do they respawn after they derail? One can only assume. I was not aware that you could derail in 1.1 now. These lies. How do they permeate so bad? It's really annoying that it keeps cutting off my flight here. Why would it? I'm connected to electricity. By putting this down here, it destroys it for some reason. Ah, well, probably a 1.1 experimental issue. One that will surely be patched. If you believe hard enough that something will get fixed in a patch, it might. Now, for some reason, I believe placing a radar over there will help. But for other things, I consider that I still want Mercer spheres. Mercer spheres are good. So many things to collect, but I definitely think this stuff is better for off-stream. I don't want to explore new areas off-stream, but I certainly want to do collection off-screen. Off-screen? Screen? Off-stream. Right. We're having this. Strangely Void Stranger sounding music over here in the swamp. I remember being fed the lie that radars must be placed at a certain height. Ooh, question. How do you get power off of the rails without building a whole station? Now, the answer might be you don't, but I'm more than a little curious if it's possible. Because I don't particularly want to build a station. You don't. Okay. Okay. Maybe I could build one of the mini stations and have that be okay. Yeah, this has got to be close enough for a radar tower. Very, very happy whenever a building snaps to foundation. Of course, this one does not. Maybe what I could do is build one of the wimpy little stations. Like an empty platform. Must be in line with another bit. No, I suspect this is not going to go as well as I want it to. Really nice just building this over everything. They're the ones that have to deal with this. Not I. No, it has to be done in line with another station, so I don't think there's any escaping having to build one of these. Not that it's a huge deal, it's anything but a huge deal. And there we go, and there we go. Information. I hoped quite a while they would implement a piece of rail from which you could branch off power, but they did not. That's what a station is. Yeah, but a station's big and bulky. Sometimes you just want to trim a bit of power off of here. But that's not how they operate around here. Ugh, why does this not show up? Anyway, would you look at that? Pure copper. And there's the raw quartz. And there's coal and there's bauxite. This all seems very simple to bring along. Not only that, but there's really nothing stopping me just having a belt line that runs... Ooh, I was about to say along, but think better than that. Under. Yes, then it doesn't get in the way of any opportunities to build a lot more rail lines, especially rails that go over and under each other, because I'm hatching a devilish idea here. If I wanted to make an intersection, I know exactly how I do it in Railroad Tycoon and whatnot. But in this game, I'm a little less sure. But we work in 3 dimensions now. Maybe I can just use this as a little bit of a playground. So we got one coming this way, la-di-da-di-da. And we got one coming the opposite way, even more la-di-das. Maybe a little bit longer for the purpose of branching this off. Yeah, but the fact that we work in 3 dimensions could be good here. Now I could, of course, bring this over. Left-hand drive, of course, I'm not a Philistine. Actually, perhaps to make things simple, let's wish that I had more power here. I know how I can get power. You. Give me power. Thank you. I highly doubt I'll be making a 4-way crossroads, at least for now. So I'd want you to be able to turn left here. Yeah, this cuts out really easy. I think I need you coming over here, please. There we go. That's much better for accessing power. How can one man have to relearn rail building every time, they wonder? You're looking at it the wrong way. It's a joy to learn to make good, functional, and aesthetically pleasing railway lines. And I get to learn it over and over again. So naturally you want to be able to turn left. Real simple stuff. Boop. But then, what if you want to go over there, right? And that's also very simple. Wait, what? Do I need to drag you out before we do it like that? What? Do these things actually care about direction? Maybe they do. Why does it connect like that? Or why does it want to connect like that? I guess another thing I could do is just branch it out like so. It's okay, this doesn't need to line up well, it just needs to function properly. So you can turn left coming into that, and you can turn left onto that. That's no big deal. To make life even better, you could go along a bit and then branch in without taking up all the space. But that's no problem, we can do this with signaling. The problem is when our imaginary friend over here is too much of a tightwad. There we go. We're driving along here and we want to turn right, getting onto that. I am fundamentally opposed to rails like that, because if you take that turn, you get in the way of that. I don't know if this game has collision. Wait, why not know when we can find out? For all I know, these things clip into each other like everything else does. But that does complicate matters. But that's all the more reason I don't like things like this. Even if they're well signaled, I don't like it. So that is where we take advantage of the fact that there are cannot dismantle railway segments with vehicles on it. The vehicle's crashed and I can't get rid of them. Please leave. I know they disappeared. It disappeared from down there earlier. You can manually fix collisions. Really? Oh, I tried to enter the train when I was down there for safety, but I didn't enter it. I re-railed it. Oh, ho, ho. Man, there must have been a real railway enthusiast on the team here. because I like what they've done. Anyway, I like what I'm about to do as well. Maybe. We're not there yet, I suppose. Although some people might be very unhappy at this stuff. I don't know why, though. What we do in this situation is we go up and over. Ah, hold on. The elevation needs to be there. Even on this side. We can't elevate these the way you elevate belts. There we go. Then it doesn't get in the way of this. No clipping, surely. Oh yeah, man. And this is why we are very happily going to have the Fix-It theme park. We put all these things together. I just wish we could do inversions. So now if you want to take a right-hand turn, you will not cut off traffic coming this way, and you will wait your turn to join here, and you have all this as a... I'm sure there's a term for it, but, you know, a storage lane, so you don't clog up the original throughput here. Does the branch coming out not clip the trains on the lower level? No. Does this look like clipping to you? Or this? And there's nothing to clip here. Yeah, there we go. So does that work entirely without anybody being unhappy? That guy can turn and go straight on. The guy here can turn there. Ah, but he can't turn over there, though, can he? Yeah, I can't make a right-hand turn as I come along here. But who's to say that has to be a problem? Because surely what we do is also come on up to a similarly high-placed bit here. This is not a design, this is a proof of concept. Please understand. That may definitely clip you. Don't worry, I'm having my fun. Might be better if you arch out to the left for your height so you get a lot more space to approach there. Oh, that's not the right tool for the job. Proof of clips? Shut your mouth. How can you say I go by the things the wrong way? One of those is okay. Kalpa is somewhere crying. Crying bitch tears about this. It's not quite what I want, but how steep can one do a decline? You think that's gonna work, or is that Clip City? I'm actually posting screenshots of Rails on Discord. We all have our own way of coping with loss, Kalpa. Alright, let's take a fun little trip on this, and let's place some problematic trains. Like you. And you. Hold on, they don't fall over, do they? Like if I place one on a steep incline and don't touch it, is it going to fall down? Oh, dearie me. That sounds a lot like the Edinburgh tram right there. This crossing started out okay, but now it looks like it's going to start demanding child sack. What is wrong with it? Give me one problem with this. Look at all that not clipping we're doing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And again, it's a proof of concept. The concept being that we can have an interchange using the 3 dimensions, which does not cause anybody to have to stop on the main line for signaling. An important note, only logic a train will ever perform is what is the shortest possible path. Well, that's okay, because there are only 2 valid paths for anyone here. Turn or don't turn. Yeah, this one comes along. They either turn left or right. These guys straight ahead or turn. Those guys straight ahead or turn. The difficulty will come in when I have a 4-way interchange. What will change for that? Actually, oh god, you know what we could do with this? We could go under. Do quite like Evanescence. Yeah, we just do a... Oh, well, yeah, while we're here. While we're here. Come on, we're not afraid, are we? Where are my foundations? A ramp. We're told that 2 meters is too much. I am not afraid, but how tall is a train in this game, by the way? I guess I could measure that, huh? With foundations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's say a train needs 8 meters of clearance to keep things simple and sane. I'm never going to remember that. I'll probably have to redo that every time. 1, 2, 3, 4 of these will be 8 meters of clearance. And then we can run along. So when we transform this into a 4-way interchange, all we need to do... I wonder how much Clip City this is. Doesn't matter too much, does it? Well, it does, because it doesn't want to connect there. But I bet you want to connect there. Oh, don't you just? See, you just get off the main line immediately, connect up, go down, 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 down. And then I don't really care about properly connecting this at the end. I just care about making sure that it runs down here without issue. See, doesn't it feel so much more satisfying to put this together rather than use blueprints? Alright, let's get moving then. Let's not get moving then. I don't think I had the clearance back there for doing a run up towards the turn, if I had to guess, and I do. Jake, place a train just to make sure it doesn't clip on the roof. Excellent point. Ooh, I'm deciding with my WASD which direction we go there. That's cool. Oh boy. We're getting a bit of a haircut, but we are clearing it. Nice. Oh, I'm so very happy with that. Brilliant. And now we just delete it all because I don't think this is going to serve any greater purpose. The concept is there, the concept works, and surely I will remember all these concepts. Millimeters of clearance. Yeah, millimeters into the foundation of clearance. Alright, jolly good. What is your problem here? Get in there. Ah. Now to delete all this stuff. Because like I said, we don't need to keep this. I've already got the proof of concept in my head. was cool though. I know there are people watching right now who are jealous of my ability to pick this up so quickly. They've probably spent hours, perhaps even days, trying to figure out how to make a basic straight line with a train. And here I am, coming in fresh as a daisy. Only picked up this game last week, maybe the week before. Already building train lines like a pro. Surely there's a better place to keep these concepts. In my head, right? It's the only place we need them. Might be able to make it more condensed. Would that be able to fit into a 6x6? I'm thinking no way in hell, but maybe it could be done. I think 6x6 is the biggest we'll get access to when it comes to... blueprint sizes. Right. Was it under Ray? No, Ra. I have to just make guesses here. Here we go. A leached iron ingot or a steel coke ingot. I don't want either of these. I mean, that's pretty good on making steel. Actually, that's really good on making steel. 100 per minute. But we already have steel ingot. So, no thanks. That classic battery is back. Also, Caterium is back. Leaching sounds like a pain when we have pure stuff. Give me the car battery this time. And naturally, keep those hard drives a-flowing. I tried to make railway blueprints. Does not work in 1.1. But in 1.0. Well, it seems to work fine in 1.1. Which is naturally what we're here on today. Alright, I guess I could have you here. We'll call you Swampy Cree. These names are not going to be useful going forward. I want them to have much more technical names. Right, now that we're here and we've got our radar set up, it's time at long last to actually set up the aluminium production. What in the world did we even need for this thing? I should get my pen and paper ready for this. I need aluminium, I need copper, I need water. We need bauxite for the aluminium, but the bauxite is over here. Wait, is there not more bauxite here? It appears that there is not. But what we've brilliantly deduced is that we can run the lines underneath the railway, and I want to make sure I can actually travel underneath the railway without this being a problem. I might get shot at by the nasty little grunts down there. Why did I just fall there? Don't make me fall. I just want to make sure that we can go along here, and that we can effortlessly, that is to say without effort, put down... I guess I'd want ceiling mounts. That means I'd probably want them as part of my blueprint. Is there a problem with suspending your blueprint in the air? Probably not, right? I could suspend it in the air and have... Wait, these stack. Ooh. Oh. I could have even more of them, but I would like them to be spaced out a little bit. So I could cram in up to 4 by the sides, but 3 is fine, and then we go under like that. Oh yeah, oh hell yes. I wonder if I could make a blueprint that's just these suspended without the foundation, because that way I could build them on pre-built railway stuff. I like it. Anyway, let's mine this stuff out and bring it back so that we can make aluminium. And let's do that next time, because the promise to automate was only barely met. We automated concrete, which we already had automated. But it's been a long day for this Hungarian here. DDR, and slaying that spire, and building these train lines. But everything is set up. For sure, next time we might be able to begin automation in this game. Getting a little bit concerned with how long this long play is going to be, but the game is fun. So is this a problem? No. So perhaps interesting, but not concerning. I'll be back tomorrow with Dominions, and part of the reason I'm stopping now is that I actually wake up in time to do Dominions. And I've got the next 2 days set aside for that, so those crabs are going to get blending. And remember, we have sworn off Wraith Lords. And if none of that makes any sense to you, you're probably not into Dominions, which is fine. You're only missing out on the best strategy game ever made. Yet again, coming out of Scandinavia. So let's save up and let's have me get ready for bed. So cheers for joining, and until I'm back tomorrow with Dominions, it's a cheerio.